Gary, do you mind saying the prayer?
Sure.
This All right, good morning, everybody. We'll start with the. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the chance to come together, do the county visit this morning. We ask you as always, inside to all of us. We ask what we were our vote, protect them as they serve the
I reviewed the minutes from last week and make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. I'll make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $207,835.51.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Got two change orders, and they're actually both ads this time.
I'll make a motion that we approve this ad number 2022-1913 and 2022-1914 for an ad of total of $47.98.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I think that's all I've got for now, anyway.
You're good. AMR.
Good morning, Galen Anderson with AMR. I'm going to hand out May's monthly report and review that data with you. All right, so this is a detailed ambulance activity report for the month of May. In Blue Mound, we had 4 requests for service and 3 transports. In Centerville, we had 3 requests for service and 1 transport. A call that fell under the Fontana area had 1 request, no transport. Lacine had 33 requests, 23 transports. Linn Valley had 6 requests and 4 transports. Mound City had 24 requests and 14 transports. Parker had 5 requests and 3 transports. Pleasanton had 25 requests and 18 transports. Prescott had 6 requests and 1 transport. All told for the month, there was 107 requests and 67 transports. And then our response times broken down by district. District 1 had 43 requests and 29 transports, and the average response time was 11 minutes and 30 seconds. District 2 had 31 responses and 20 transports, and the average response time was 10 minutes, 14 seconds. And District 3 had 33 responses and 18 transports, and the average response time was 18 minutes, 22 seconds. And the total response time for 107 requests was 13 minutes, 15 seconds. We are scheduled to have 1,488 unit hours in service, and we had 1,487, so we're staffed and in service 99.9% of plan. And then in the month, there was 5 patients that were transported out by helicopter, 1 for a stroke, 2 for suspected heart attacks, 1 for significant trauma, and 1 for a significant overdose. Any questions on that data? So far, where we're at in the month now, in the past 7 days, we've had 21 transports, which is about probably the busiest 7 days we've ever had in Linn County. We had a couple really busy days over the weekend. And then so far for the month, we're at 29 transports. So it's gearing up to continue to be a really busy trend for ambulance transports, and still just working on filling 1 full-time paramedic position.
Has the contract with the neighbors went anywhere yet?
They've stepped away from it, and it's off the table now.
So what's our plan moving forward?
Sure. So since we didn't completely execute that amendment, we'll just continue business as usual here in the county.
Okay.
Anything else for me?
I don't.
Thank you, Galen.
Yep. Have a good rest of the week.
You too.
Randy?
Good morning, Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Chief and Emergency Management. Sent out the weekly reports for the fire district. We had 15 incidents last week. Brings our total for the year up to 206. We also attended the 50th anniversary celebration up at the power plant. We were invited up by Evergy. We set up a booth, had firefighters there kind of help with recruitment and community outreach, fire safety talks. And we have a lot of those events coming up next couple months. Next one, I believe, is going to be the Touch a Truck event out at the Baptist Church. We'll be set up there. Emergency management will also be out there promoting the Everbridge system. Other than that, just continuing what we're doing. You guys have any questions?
I don't.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Kevin?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. We have 52 inmates in today. 32 of those are farm-ins from Marshals or Wyandotte. This past week, we had 190 911 calls, had 3,559 jail contacts. Total calls for service countywide were 551. We had 10 civil service papers processed, served last week. Had 5 VIN inspections. We opened 16 new cases, closed 8. And bailiff contacts, we had 174 in the front door. 50 of those were calls for services and 7 livestock out reports. And that's all I have for this week, unless you have something for me.
I don't.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Gary, has Warren Moody verified which day he was coming down? Did you get that email from him? I don't know what. Warren Moody's, I think he's coming down this week. Just to let you guys know. I talked to Chris or Chris mentioned to me and Kevin, there was a little bit of concern about some concrete areas over there. And I went and took a look at them and sent out an email with, I think, David and Gary and Kevin and Warren Moody. And he's supposed to be here this week sometime to look at it. So I'm going to go in that meeting with him and kind of talk with him and the concrete rep and try to get something figured out on it. So that's good with you guys.
In the building?
No, on the outside on the stairs and stuff like that. Some of the aggregates kind of like, they call it shelling, and it could potentially cause us a few issues. So we're going to discuss that. It looks like Jessica and Sean need an executive session probably before they.
Yeah, I think
Present.
they had some things they wanted to talk about before they got too far into their reports.
Are they available now?
I don't know.
Kevin, will you see if Jessica and Sean's in there and tell them we're getting ready for executive session if they're ready?
Warren says it'll be here Tuesday or
Okay.
they asked if there was a date or time that works best.
Are you guys want to present first or go to executive session first? I'll make a motion. How,
Hey, hang on just a second. Was that all personnel or personnel and legal or?
All personnel.
Okay.
how long you need?
I'm gonna need, probably about 20 minutes.
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session personnel 20 minutes with Jessica Hightower and Sean West.
I'll second.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Sean, you want this back?
Give you just a little update, for next week. I think I put a note on there, but I do have the sheriff and health budgets both lined up for next week. I have not received copies of those yet,
Okay.
but when I do, I'll get them out to you. We also have the bid opening scheduled for next week on the property we're trying to sell in Pleasanton. And as of today, I have not received any bids on it. They are due to be in to me by 9 o'clock next Monday morning to be opened at the meeting next week if we get any.
Okay. Is that all you had?
Yeah.
Good morning, Sean West, Public Works Administrator. Apologize, I've lost one of my sheets. I'll go ahead and talk to you a little bit while I find it. On the landfill project that was going on, the work went well and as expected. On time. There was some adjustments. The concrete that on that east wall, once we power washed it and JR took a look at it, he didn't want to put steel in front of it because it was damaged too much, and we had bid to repair it instead of replace it. But he went ahead and replaced that concrete, and was able to work it out between his bid and the concrete subcontractor that it was at no extra cost to the county. So the east wall has been replaced and the steel put up with no extra cost to us or the taxpayer. The project got done a couple of days before we anticipated as far as the steel work, and we had time. It was recommended by JR that we go back and we paint that new steel to help protect it and coat it. Al was able to acquire paint that was appropriate from the Household Hazardous Waste Program and the manpower, and got the guys in there and got it painted. And currently, they are finishing up with the outside metal on that building. So. Yeah. Going to jump around for a second while we look for something, but I do need to talk to you about the projects we've got going on with the sheriff's department, the old sheriff's department, the county attorney's building, and the old district court. Last week, I was able to get a inspector to look at the sheriff's department, the old building, and they were able to do mold testing. They did several because of the breakup of the building. Instead of just doing 3 tests, they did several tests in different areas about the building. We'll get those tests, I'm being told, back probably tomorrow. But with that, I went with a company that also not only got us more testing and more information to work with, but they also told us that they would provide some idea what, if there is mold, what mitigation steps would be necessary and what the cost might be on that mitigation. Next on the, Old District Court, I've got from, Randy Page, a bid to do the wainscoting that covers up the damage that happened for the water, that came in the window sill. It's labor and materials, and the bid we're looking at is $10,256.82. If you want to move forward with that project at this point and continue down the path that we're going on this building, then I will definitely do so. But if we have other plans, if we are going to look at other opportunities or possibilities, this is a juncture at which I really need some direction to know whether we invest that money or time or effort, or we
What was
back
that
up and wait.
What was that bid again, Sean?
$10,256.82.
Thank you.
And what are we estimating the floor and do we have any numbers on that?
I'm sorry?
The floor and miscellaneous cosmetic stuff, do we have any? Is that the number we have?
I do not at this time.
And that's to do the whole entire building 4 foot up?
Yes.
Is it bad enough that we need the entire building done, or can we just do it where the public's gonna be the most, or the office is bad, or?
The problem is the areas that are bad are so widespread throughout the building that if you do them and not the rest of the building, you're going to have 2/3 of a building looking complete, and it's going to look like we didn't finish the job when we move people in. It's just that the majority of those walls are affected, so if we do it, it's going to look half done if we don't go all the way through it. And my biggest concern was that you may, with the mold testing and other stuff, you may want to stop and consider what puzzle pieces you're moving around or what the final goal was before we commit. But if we commit to this, we're committing to the project.
Right.
To that building anyway.
Yes, to that building and that project.
I think we've kind of committed to that, haven't we? As far as getting somebody out of the courthouse into that building.
Randy understood that you did, but then I think about some things that said last week that led us all to maybe we'll rethink it. So Randy and John and I met this week, talked it over, and like we want to come back and make sure that you still are committed to that direction before you.
How are we going to, are we just going to continue to get one piece at a time? Is that what we're going to do through this process, or are we going to?
I would rather, my opinion is I would rather have set plans for each building and how we're gonna move forward with them before we approve any bids. How long is he gonna hold that bid?
I do not know how long. I'll have to talk to him about that, but I think what we're waiting on, Randy is looking at or waiting on a couple final pieces from us, as far as specs and other things, but we don't want to commit to doing that work and then having a change and then having to redo that work. So if you tell me that that's the commitment and you want it all at once, I will go back, I will get that
those numbers to Randy, he can get me all of the bids at one time, and I can walk back in and do that at that time.
That's what I would like to see.
We have an estimated number on what we want to spend on that building. I mean, have we ever talked about that?
Not since I've been on here.
Not to know that
I
one.
knew we had a blueprint of our basic needs of a building, what we need to do, but I would rather have, you know, all the numbers presented to us at once. That just seems really high to me. I mean, that's just me though. I don't know if there's better ways. I know that I was the one that even mentioned that, but cause it's like what kind of material is it? Like a cloth material or something on the wall?
It's a bead board.
No, I mean, what we have right now.
What's on there now, to my understanding, and forgive my ignorance about sheetrock, this is like the pre-manufactured homes with like a old wallpaper sheet over the top of it that's been painted, and that was peeled up. The water damage was mitigated, then it was glued back down, and it is obvious that there was damage.
Right.
Is there a way to iron it out and before you, I mean, iron it down where it glues or make it, I mean, you're just worried about the riffles and stuff in it, right? I mean, how it's loose.
I do not have the technical ability to say that it is, but I imagine if it is possible, the man hours that it would take to do it may be cost prohibitive. I don't know, but like I said, if you are committed completely to that project the way it stands, and I can get a head nod to go forward with it, I will get the final pieces that Randy needs so that I can come in and hand you one set of complete plans and a total number.
I guess we need to come up with what our plan is. I know we had talked about the people coming out of the top of the courthouse. Is that still our plan? Or are we still going to throw the jail into the mix and try to utilize it? Or
I thought that was our plan, to get the top floor off down in that building. So last I thought. And then whatever, was you gonna use part of it or something?
Well, I agree that getting people off that second floor of the courthouse should be the biggest priority. For me, my biggest priority would be getting my election equipment out of the basement and into a better space.
One part of it, or
We'd looked at the sheriff's office too, the old dispatch area, but that's gonna probably depend on what we find out on that report that you're waiting on to come in. But I need to get that stuff out there somewhere.
And I think we need to be looking at the overall plan and then working toward our priorities from there, which I think involves using both of those buildings.
that's kind of where I'm at. I'd like to get the mold testing back, everything else that we need to figure out, make sure everything's even feasible. And then we put all our options in a bucket and we figure out and then we line them out, between the jail and the judicial center, if that's what we're going to do.
And the big picture for me on all this is I need to know in time to get budgets ready on how much we want to spend this year and next year. We're going to plan all this out, and that's in the next month. I've got to have that information.
What do we have set aside already for this year, or do we have anything?
We've got money in the special building that we've set aside every year that just to be used for building projects. Let me see what we've got in there. So we had 155,000 in that budget for this year. We'll look and see what we've got left. However, I think we talked about using some of that for the Pleasanton building we're working on also. Let's see. Okay, so special buildings so far this year, we have used right at 5,000. So we've got 150,000 left in special building that's available for just type of building projects we need it for. Other than that, we have our windfall and contingency accounts that we always try to save some money in for things that come up. Contingency, we have some of it planned to be used. Windfall, I don't have anything scheduled to come out of that at the moment. We have taken 22,000 out of there so far this year, but I still have well over $1 million in that account if we need it for things. Contingency, same thing. There's over $1 million in there. We'll have some more expenses coming out. So it's not that we don't have money to work with. It's scheduling it on what we're going to use it for and when is the big things to me, because it's going to affect our budgets on which year we do the work in and spend the money.
Okay.
So if we do move people out of the top of the courthouse into that judicial building, what's your guys' thought on what we do with the jail? What would we utilizing it for?
Like I said, I still think we need to have an overall plan of how much office space we have there, what our needs are for all of our departments.
Price per building to renovate?
Yes.
I agree. Jim, where you at?
What's your game plan? You want to move everybody out of the courthouse or what?
I don't know. I guess that's what we got to determine. Right now, I'd like to.
I still think if we tear that building down, we'll be trying to put another one up in its place at some point. You know,
Talking about
the old jail.
Was it when this project was all talked about? Was it voted on to tear that down or no?
Was in the plan, but it was never, all it was voted on was the, safety.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the language on that ballot talked about a new judicial center and a new administrative building. We had plans for it. And in those plans, we were going to tear down the sheriff's office, the old county attorney building, the storage barn, the tower, and we were going to put a new building connected to the old district court and remodel it. However, by the time bids came in on the project over here, materials had gone up enough that there was not money left to do those projects.
So if we did move everybody out of the courthouse, we'd still have to have some kind of committee or person or somebody that would maintain and keep that building up to par.
Yes.
So Sean, really all you've got right now is the wainscot bid. That's it for that judicial.
I believe Randy's got other bids available and other things for me. I brought this in hopes that you could give me some direction as to what direction to go. Bring it all to you at once, start and complete sections of the projects and keep moving. I don't want to go past the no return point and then have the plan change. So I basically need a commitment. I think we're all fine with if you're not there yet and you need to wait on testing or anything else or have discussion, but I just need to know whether to wait or go forward. And to bring you back everything at one time if you are committed to that project.
My opinion is I think that like if your guys are going out and talking to estimators, that you guys leave it, kind of come in open-minded about you guys don't really know what's going to happen over there. You just need to get the building up to par. I just don't want to get in the position that we are in on this building when we kept it. Because I'm pretty sure we're over $250,000 keeping this building. It cost us in the end. And that's the last thing I want to happen on the jail or the judicial center. So I mean, how do you guys feel?
I'm not looking to create a money pit.
What do you think, Jim?
I think if you're gonna use the judicial building, we ought to be moving forward to get going on it myself. Because as long as we know where we want the walls, it don't matter what goes in there, does it?
So we're gonna just do each little item at a time? Or, because I mean, that's what I'm
You
asking
want to
for.
go out for one whole bid on the whole thing, or what?
How do we manage a project if we're just doing it one thing at a time? That's the question popping in my head. You know, if we're gonna redo that building, we need to, I mean, this works for right now, I guess is what I'm saying. But if we're doing what David's saying and we're allocating funds and setting our budget and doing things that way, then don't we need to be knowing what our project's gonna cost and when we're gonna be able to get it accomplished?
Plan on moving everybody out at the same time, I guess, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I just want to start from the very beginning, get these tests done, look at, like over that judicial center or building, whatever you guys want to call it. You know, like I know the guttering backed up that one time and caused that flood. So maybe we get a guttering guy come in here and give us an estimate on, or his professional opinion on how to keep that from happening again. I know that I personally drilled some weep holes up in it to keep it from happening, but I don't know if that's going to work or not. You know, it's little things like that that I want to get figured out before we just jump into something.
That is, that's a concern, but we tried to put out the RFPs for them and didn't get any replies, so we moved on to the contractor to try to get things moving, and that was my intention. Certainly, if we've got a punch list for it, Randy and I will make sure we check all the boxes on the punch list and bring it to you at one time if that's what need be. But I just need to know exactly what I need to bring you.
We have this on the schedule for 11:30 as new business, discuss the building remodels. We'll continue this talk then if you want, just so we can move on.
Thank you. Park demo house, to demo the park house. We got your intention, but it may have been an oversight on my part that we didn't get a vote on it to take that property down.
I'll make a motion that we continue with the park house demolition.
I'll second. Any more discussion? Anything, Jim?
I'm good.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I believe I sent a sludge profile that was from Rural Water or if you got the profile sent to you in a packet.
That would have been some of the stuff I posted on the SharePoint.
I don't remember seeing that one.
I don't either.
Okay.
Looking to see where it is now. And I'm not finding it where I thought it was there at the moment either.
When we get to it, what you'll see is 3 documents, I believe, and they are detailing the 3 cells of that lagoon system at the park. The first cell is full and the second cells are 30 plus inches in average. Based on that, I ask A1 Pump and Jet Service to redo their estimates to account for that because we didn't know the levels yet. As I spoke to them, I also asked them to try to lessen the bid, to take out the portions of them doing repairs, that we would do them ourselves, and to include the riprap around it to put the maintenance back in. While doing that and giving us new estimates with the new numbers from that report, I have a new, more accurate bid from them, also taking out the work that needs to be done. Their bid would be $131,000, 120, or 131,127. Understanding that there may be, with the piping and the work we would do, there would probably be another 20 grand that we'd need to add to that in materials and our cost to repair the rest of the damage.
It's over 150,000 total.
I don't think we'll reach the 150,000, but I'm going to tell you that's a possibility, just because I don't know what repairing a lagoon costs, because I've never done it. I'm just guessing off of what the former estimates are there and what we could save in labor cost and time and hauling everything ourselves. But then when you dig into it, I'd be neglectful if I didn't admit that there's a possibility that we could find something we didn't foresee coming.
And where will that be coming out of?
David and I talked, and I believe we talked about windfall or,
Okay.
Does our daily price up there include, I mean, do we think about this cleaning of the lagoons and stuff like that? I mean, is that kind of figured into the daily price each day? I mean,
the daily prices are comparative with the amenities and the other parks around us, and we try to adjust that. But is there a specific line item for a fund to build up each year to help 20 years down the road to pay for dredging and maintaining that lagoon? No, there is not.
should we start budgeting it for it each year or what?
I would have to rely and have those conversations with David and find out whether one more fund, or we move money to an existing fund and we just plan to use it later on, like we do the vehicle fund. You've got it in one area, but he keeps a spreadsheet to define it out to the departments. I believe we could do that if necessary, but we'd have to figure out the mechanism.
Yeah, we probably on something like that, I'd be looking at a line item in contingency or somewhere, because that fund we use that we're talking about is equipment reserve, so it wouldn't really go for this kind of project, but we can do a line item in contingency and track it.
When was the last time how often are they supposed to be dredged?
Whenever they fill up, so usage determines that, and I don't know the history that far back, but I do not believe they've been dredged at any point.
How much more room, how many more years do we got roughly?
The first cell is full. It's the second cell is filled to approximately 30 inches by the report, and the third cell is probably in that same condition. So this type of lagoon is a no discharge, means we can't release from it. But because of the condition of the well and why it brought itself to our attention, we've had to mist it. We can't release water, but we can pump water out of it and mist it out to the ground and still stay within guidelines. If that was working properly, it wouldn't be failing like it is. It's, to answer your question, it's already failing.
And then we had the boat slips too that still need That's right.
Sherry is working on a deal with Evergy and some donations that she'll bring to you in the near future about those.
Okay.
What did you need from us on this? Sorry, we got way off subject.
Action.
I need to know what action you want me to take on this bid while the bid's still good. We intend to, and this is a complication in it, and it's, again, my lack of knowledge on it. We're thinking about 40 acres to spread this much material out. We have hay ground at the park that we can pull in and out of a lease, and we could recoup it if need be, but it's got to be tilled ground because the type of, it can't be broadcasted, the type of release, this has to be apparently injected and the soil turned over again in order to comply with the state regulations. So we will either have to pull some of that 90 acres out of a hay lease, till it up and have it ready for them to put this material in, or find someone within a 5-mile radius of that park that's willing to take on this material as fertilizer in that area. And that part of this, I was hoping if we started this project, I would lean towards people amongst yourselves that are more knowledgeable about the farming and fertilizing process to find the solution for that.
So does that include hauling the material out of there to where it needs to go?
Yes.
It includes all of the five,
Within 5
About
miles.
5 miles.
we have to provide them.
What do you guys think?
I think it needs to be done.
And I think it needs to be done. I think just, I can't believe we won't. We're not figuring, we're not budgeting for something like this. I mean, when's this gonna happen again?
If it's never been pumped before, it's,
We've got the lucky ones to deal with it.
yes, I mean, yeah, so I mean, I could tell you we've got what appears to be decades to build a fund and make sure that we don't repeat the sins of the past as far as planning or lack thereof. But today we got a pill.
And so you need a motion on to move forward with this bid?
I believe I need a motion to accept the bid and allow Gary to create a contract with this company, because then you would actually approve that, if I'm not wrong, Gary?
Did we,
They would be accepting the bid now. They would sign the contract.
we sent this out for RFPs, right?
Yes, and we had it
Just one bid return?
two, and the other company's bid did not include any opportunities for maintenance and was not competitive in my mind about the details. So when I came up with the sludge report, I didn't ask them both to redo their bids. I asked this company.
Okay.
And if we are going to accept, there is a signature page.
Is there money at the end of each year that we could put, set an account up to cover this? And then,
Well, typically, I mean, we're gonna have to budget for,
yeah.
but I can set up a line item to,
Is there enough left at the end of the year or
from the park, that'd be questionable. I mean, typically, like that park report you get each month, by the end of the year, it does show that we've made money. What doesn't come out of there is employee benefits, which if you consider that, we really have never made money there. We might break even, but not counting the benefits, there probably would be some money left in that budget to transfer.
So you said up to 150,000?
That's correct.
What are we anticipating the demo is going to cost on the house?
The demo, we talked about the waiver of the dump fees, the fuel and the man hours, because we'll do it all ourselves on our own schedule at this point. And the only thing I can anticipate, the utilities have been disconnected. We'll probably have to pay someone to disconnect the air unit and things and get those items out of our way before we start. So the labor cost, we're looking at a week's worth of labor and fuel to haul it off.
What's the company's name?
A1 Pump and
A1.
Jet Services.
How much will it cost us to install the riprap?
20,000.
Is that what that 20,000 was for?
Yes, that I believe we've got some transfer or transition pipes from cell to cell. Those, as we got it pumped down to evaluate it, those are old corrugated steel tubes for culvert crossings. What I would recommend is while it's down and we go back in and we replace those damaged tubes with something that has smooth walls, a PVC material that's not going to back up. Not that this one hasn't worked perfectly all these years, but I'd like to go back in, if we're only going to do this once, go back in at that time, fix those pipes, reshelf one corner of cell one that was damaged trying to fix an old repair coming from the camper area up at the hill where they discharged their waste. The line coming down had to be dug up, so I'd like to reshape the clay and then put riprap, which is all also recommendations from the state on the lagoon inspection. But I believe we can do those repairs and keep it well within that $20,000 limit.
If we spread those materials out there at the park, is it going to smell horrible?
Can't spread them, I gotta be on, I gotta put them in the ground, they said.
Or so you just till it up, they don't just lay on top of the ground. You till the ground up, and what happens? I mean,
They have to be in, he called it injected,
oh, down
which-
into the ground.
Take
What-
a chisel type deal and pull a hose across the ground is what they do and pump it out. I've seen it. Yeah, you'll have a little bit of odor. Don't do it in the tillable ground. I've seen them do it.
Then we have the swimming hole on top of that too, right?
we have to work a plan on that in the future. But with this is a make it or break it. And I brought it to you now because without this and in the condition it's in and having to missed it already, this is the priority.
We have full-time people that live there in the park, correct? In trailers?
They are now month to month, but they do live year round. Yes.
Do they pay the same as a daily night rate, or do they get a discount, or how does that work?
They pay the rate that everyone else pays, but for a 30-day block period.
Where you guys at?
Ready to approve myself.
Get a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept A1's desludge bid on the lagoons at the park for $131,127 with an additional $20,000 in repairs provided by us.
I'll second it. Any more discussion? Does she have a long-term plan of how to try to turn a profit out here? I mean, is she anything in the works that you know of?
I believe the things that have been done have been creating that result the last 2 years. I mean, I think we were maybe 30 up approximately, maybe a little less or more the last couple of years. And I anticipate to be somewhere in the same area this year if things continue.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You can sign that.
Do I just sign right here, Sean, where?
Yes. Fire alarm inspection from Centos went well at the courthouse. The reports, if you care to read it on the desk, it just tells you that there were no violations and no unanticipated repairs needed. I've reviewed it, but it's pretty direct and to the point. We passed. We took the sign down at the new senior center Pleasanton location and stored it because it may have other uses going forward. And I was told that the sign itself is in good condition and could be used for something later on. The STARS program, I met with them and they have volunteered to clean out the building and do some light demo to get us ready to do the flooring and then the painting and the other projects. So STARS is going to take care of that and allowing us to keep some of our guys gearing up towards road projects and the asphalt and other things. The last thing I had for you, along with the Pleasanton issues, are senior projects. Friday morning, I got called and told that the AC unit at the old Pleasanton Senior Center, the one on the north end, went out. We're down to the one on the west side, which is the newest unit. If we choose to repair the unit that is there, if they can find the items to repair it on the condenser, which Weber is checking on availability for me, he estimates it to be $3,500 to $4,500 to repair that unit. And
This is the building we have out for bid.
that is correct.
We replace air conditioning units every year. What will any of the parts off the park house work on it to get it going for the little time we need it? You think?
The unit at the park house is an R12 and Jason and I already spoke about it. It's not compatible for what he's got there. The only dual purpose solution that he or I could come up with is if we did install this unit, that we would be able to put it at another senior center or at the old county attorney's office somewhere and repurpose it after we moved. The only other option is to do what we did the last time. I correct myself, that's not the only other option. The only option for that building location, other than repair it or replace it, would be to adjust and move into the smaller area using just the air units like we did when this happened before, and containing the people into a smaller room until we got them moved, or we need to look at options with working with the city for temporary adjustments into a building that they may have, or someone else for temporary displacement.
That'd be my motion.
well, I don't-
Just use the smaller room or move them somewhere so we get the other one.
I think so too, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of spending more money on it. And if that, so they have the unit in the kitchen that's does air, right?
There's a window type air unit that's built in and a unit on the west side that functions part of the building. The other 3 units on the back end are now all not functional.
And the one that was functional, what part of the building did it?
I believe it's the section that we're talking about. If we move them, the small, what is it? It's the southwest corner. There's a meeting room in there. So basically we'd be coming into that southwest side, and then the air units on the north in the window, northwest side. So we would be using that section with the bathroom and everything on that side.
Yeah, and then we can talk to Pleasanton, City of Pleasanton about a different spot, maybe if it comes down to it.
I can go work with the manager at the senior center, find out what would be the most accommodating, and then try to make whatever arrangements I can, and then start working on a backup plan if things go bad and fate hits us again.
That's what I'd like.
Could we even have home delivery for a little while until we,
I mean, we have a plan in place as far as, I mean, we already purchased another building.
Yeah, but I mean-
It's not like we're
right, we
saying
could
we're
even
closing
make
you
home delivery
down.
If it come to everybody until we get to the new building, couldn't we?
Well, that's one possibility if when I talk to the manager, if they say, well, we don't have enough room, or the heat got too hot that day, then instead of having events there or eating there, we could work out, or she could work out the possibility of everybody just not meeting on those days until the problem resolves itself.
Okay.
But I can meet with her and then I can come back and talk to you about that.
Everything you look at, the other building, Randy talked about that.
Really, the only thing we're working on, what is the complete, the bathroom
Bathroom,
renovation?
getting the flooring down and the painting up, and then the rest of the separation will be done with temporary or permanent doorways. So,
So I think
and there is a electrical with the meter box on the outside that'll have to be mitigated.
once we get work done, we'll have to have an inspection from Health and Environment before we can move in there too, won't we, for serving food there?
Yes. So
How long that takes to set up, but we wouldn't be able to do it until we get the work done, so then they'll be waiting on that.
If you were intending that bathroom, there'd just be enlarged, be a handicap bathroom, just have one bathroom.
Yeah, yeah, and I talked to a contractor about that, and he's supposed to be giving me over some pricing, then I'll get to you. And there's the another painter that is, I think Randy had spoke to, that participated on our gel over here. I talked to him about going over there and painting too. I'm gonna give him your phone number after, or give you his phone number, and you can give him a holler. The Pleasant Senior Center, or the new one.
Okay.
He's wanting to meet and try to look at it and see what we can get going on it.
Okay. And then I can get with Randy about the electrical issue with the meter box and the issues going on there and see what repairs we can do.
Have you already talked to Ottawa about applying for a restaurant license, or how does that work?
I don't know.
Do you know how long that process takes?
I will find out. I do not know.
It's a restaurant license, but we have to,
It's food, yeah, food serving license.
I would like them, would it be safe to say the beginning, middle of July, we'd try to be in there? Or is that pushing it?
That would be dependent on working with multiple small contractors and moving things in and out. And honestly, I can't give you an estimate, and that depends on how quickly we can get those items bid, punched off, and get them in. But I would think
But we don't
and hope.
take over a month to get this completed and get them back on track.
I would hope we could do it in that time frame. I'll make it a priority.
All right, so yeah, I mean, I guess we'll just confine them to one place, and if that doesn't work, then we'll talk to City of Pleasant, or you will, or if you want me to, it don't matter.
I will make contact and advise them how we're moving forward and try to work with them to complete that the best I can and get back with you next week. Commissioners, that's all I had for you this morning.
Thank you, Sean.
Darren, you got something? Jessica?
You wanna,
We've got two people on the agenda that are both here that we're past time on too.
Oh, yeah, okay. John Platt with Trico.
thank you.
Okay, as you said, I'm John Platt. I'm the Executive Director of Trico. To give you a little information about Trico, we provide supports and services to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'll go through the demographic stuff first and then tell you a little bit more about Trico. Right now, we're serving 151 individuals in our 3-county catchment region. That's Miami, Anderson, and Linn counties. 23 of the 151 live here in Linn County. Right now, we're employing 99 staff. When we took the snapshot of the 99, 18 employees live here in Linn County. Our payroll was budgeted, including benefits, at $6,238,719, and we budgeted in 2023 the number of FTE positions at 112.4. Trico has a 9-member board of directors, 3 representing each of the 3 counties. Our representatives for Linn County are Charlene Sims, Tom Likely, and John Morris. All 3 have served Trico for many years and do a really good job representing Linn County. On the back, you'll see our budget history and what our overall Trico budget's been. And then our budget request for FY24 is going to be the very same amount that we received in 23, which is $82,499. To give you a little more information about Trico, we operate 4 group homes, 1 in Lacine, 1 in Garnett, and 2 in Osawatomie. We have a set of duplexes in Paola. And what we do is we offer residentially, we have group homes and apartments, and the group homes are staffed 24/7. So if somebody lives in a group home, they've got staff all the time. If one of our clients is more independent and doesn't need as much support, they will often rent their own apartment, and then we provide the level of support that they need to be independent. So we provide outings, shopping, whatever they need to maintain their independence. As far as what we do during the day, we transport everybody in to our day service center in Osawatomie. We have pre-vocational activities for folks that need to learn job skills. We have supported employment, which helps obtain employment within the community, a competitive employment for the folks we serve. And then we also, for our folks who are getting a little bit older and are not interested in working, we have a retirement program where they work on valued activities. And got targeted case management department. We have a medical department that is the liaison between our individuals and the doctor's offices. And then, another hat we have is we are a community developmental disability organization. That's a CDDO. That's the part of TRICO that contracts with the state of Kansas and does quality assurance, make sure all the providers are providing quality programs, and then does intake, referral, and just make sure that things are running smoothly. So be happy to answer any questions you guys might have about the agency.
Where does the rest of your funding come from?
Primarily Medicaid.
Okay.
It's a combination state and federal.
Where'd you come up with the 82,000 and what do those funds go to? Because you guys bill insurance and Medicaid and all that stuff, correct? And
Yes.
I was looking, you guys have was it a $55 a month fee on your bus route or fare?
Yes, that recently increased to $65, but the transportation is not funded in any way other than that 65. And the 65 is really a token. It costs a lot more than that to transport across the 3 counties. And then the nursing services we provide, that's primarily not funded as well. So that has to come out of somewhere. So we also, the Medicaid is funding for the folks that are eligible for that funding source. We have a handful of people that were either grandfathered in before Medicaid became a reality for us, and we continue to serve them through the support we get from the counties.
So say there's an individual in Linn County that doesn't have insurance and they have to be in your program. Does 82,000 fund them or no?
A portion of that does, yes.
For what? What does it go to?
It would pay for the staffing for their people that come to their home or help them during the day.
And how did you say you got that number?
Actually, that was a calculation years ago based on the transportation that we provided, and it's just been a carryover number year to year.
So in Miami County, how many people do they have that participate in your program? And then could you give the same for Anderson?
Sure. In terms of the clients, 99 live in Miami and 29 live in Anderson.
Or 29. Okay. And what does Miami and Anderson pay? Or what do they budget for you?
Okay, Miami provides 143,974. Anderson provides 46,586.
And the location is in Miami County.
For our day service and some of our group homes. We have
23.
other locations in the other counties as well.
So so we have 23 in Linn County and you're asking for 82,000? Right.
Yes, yes.
And Anderson they have 29 and they budget 46?
That is the level of support that they provide us, yes.
And then Miami has 99 and they support you 143,000?
That's correct.
And you guys have a duplex in Lacine, you said?
We have a group home in Lacine
A group
that
home?
serves 8 adults.
And you guys are a 501c3, so you guys it's tax.
Do they have a group home in Anderson County as well?
In Garnett, yes.
And then you have, what did you say, you had 2 in Miami?
2 in Osawatomie and a set of duplexes in Paola.
I'm just trying to educate myself. The numbers just don't seem, I mean, do you guys have a special equation to come up with that, or?
Cause we're paying 35.86, 35.87 per, resident. Miami County's paying 14.54 and Anderson County's paying 16.06.
We do not have a special equation to achieve that amount.
Have you guys already done a budget request for the other 2 counties?
Yes,
At those same levels.
yes.
Have they been the same level for years?
It's been the same level since 2020.
Why is ours so much higher?
Honestly, it's just been a historical number. I tried to give that amount. And I will say that TRICO began in Parker, Kansas, as a small group of families and guardians. And so I believe Linn County has been very supportive of TRICO. And we were formed in 1974, so we do celebrate our 50th anniversary next year.
So you said it changed in 2020. What was Anderson, Miami providing to you before then compared to us?
I don't know that I brought that. I'm sorry. I can get that to you.
I will tell you that in years past, when we have talked about these numbers, there has been strong support among the public in Linn County for this program. I don't know if that remains the same or not, but there were a lot of people that had a big stake in it.
Yes.
I remember that through all the years I've been here.
I agree. I'm sure it is. The numbers that we're paying compared to the amount of people we have there we're paying a lot more. That's my concern.
And I will say this too. The services we provide follow a statewide waiting list. So if somebody in Linn County were offered funding, I'm sorry, if this legislature had additional funding to fund the people, let's say the first 10 people on the waiting list, it goes to wherever they are in the state. It doesn't go, one person from Linn County, it's your turn or whatever. Unfortunately, there's a 10-year waiting list.
So if you're at full capacity and Linn County needs to go up there, you guys would take an out of area person out and bring a Linn County in?
No, what happens is if whoever's number 1 on the waiting list, if they're offered funding, that funding goes to whatever county they're living in. Unfortunately, if it was a county like the 3 counties we serve, our capacity is set by the number of staff we have. We've been desperately trying to staff up to allow more referrals to come in, but it has been a challenge. So it would go to, let's say, if it came to somebody in Linn County and TRICO didn't have the capacity to serve, then they could either look at other providers in different areas of the state to see if they could serve them, or what else could happen at that point.
How do you feel? What do you think, Jim?
We pay quite a bit more per person, it looks like.
The other thing I'd mention is we do have to transport a little bit farther into Linn County than we do into Anderson and obviously Miami. We have a daily route down to Prescott from Osawatomie that's a bit of a drive, so.
And they pay $65 a month for that. Is any of that tacked onto their insurance or their Medicaid or whatever?
No, Medicaid doesn't pay for transportation.
But we have free, wouldn't our general transportation here take care, could it not take them up there?
I don't think that the schedule would work out. I think, I mean, we'd have to put on a whole new bus and driver to do that, I think.
Yeah.
The rhyme to the reason of why we're paying more than the other two counties, where they have more people, is I'm kind of stuck on that. I would personally like to maybe get with you guys and figure out, educate myself a little more on how you guys operate.
Would love to.
You know, and then how, you know, why Miami County has 99 people and they're only supporting you 143,000 and we only have 23 and we got 82, you know, the numbers have to make sense to me before I would be able to approve a budget.
Okay. We'd be happy to invite you to a tour and see our facilities, and anytime you're available, we can make that happen.
Also, you might just publicly say that if Linn Countyans who support this want to talk to you about it, you'd like to hear from them, would you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm not. I mean, I think it's a great program. I've done a little research on it and, you know, I've known about it for years. And I'm not trying to say we shouldn't support it. I'm just saying the numbers compared to the other two counties that are, is Anderson bigger than us? I mean, they have more people, but.
They're about pretty close to the same in population.
And they're paying about half of what we pay. So that's what I need to make sense to me before I would be able to approve it.
Totally understand. I tend to look at it the other direction. Linn County has always been way more supportive of us than Anderson. Anderson's been supportive. I'm not throwing stones here, but Linn County has always been our champion.
I've been pretty vocal on just where if it doesn't make sense to me, I can't approve it. So I would like to sit down with you guys and figure out where all the dollars go and why and when and how, and
Sure.
Go from there. So I'll take my personal time to get a hold of you, and we can sit down and figure it out pretty soon because we're in budget now. So
Sure.
that's where I'm at. What do you think, Jim?
Good with that.
Works for me.
So I will give you my email, or you can get it off the website.
Okay, and David's got my contact information too.
We'll set up a meeting, and I'll just kind of, if you guys are okay with it, I'll just sit as a representative of the commission, and we can go over
Sounds
the
great,
details. So if they can,
That sounds
you
great.
can make me understand, they'll understand, I promise. So,
We'll be happy to.
all righty.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was next?
Leach.
Oh, Jennifer?
Good morning. I'm Jennifer with People's Telecommunications and People's Services, and I'm not asking for anything today. I'm going to provide a map to you. It was brought to my attention that in the past, any time that you guys have made contributions or that type of thing, that nobody ever comes back and tells you what they did with the money. So I am here today to show you what we did with the money. You had received a grant that provided money that could be used for broadband, sewer, water, those type of projects. I had came to you and asked for some funding to make the following map happen. We were already out that way and wanted to branch on down. And so you can see that the take rate that we took, all the little markers are the services that we put in for the fiber optic internet to those customers. And we had a very high take rate with a minimal marketing. That's how much of a necessity it is. So I would just like to say to the people of Linn County that you were given a job to disperse money where it was not economically feasible for a company to come and place fiber, and we did that, and we had over an 80% take rate right off the bat. So I would be glad to answer any questions that you may have, or I just want to keep this relationship good so that when I come to you in the future, you know that I do what I am asking for money for.
You're completely finished with this project?
Yes, everyone is installed and up and running, so I think we got the money from you. I just got the rest of it, but we made pretty quick work of it. And we would like to continue more. I know we've had customers reach out that we feel just short of their area, and they were very unhappy that we couldn't serve them. But when I expressed to them the cost that it takes to get there, they just didn't realize what it takes to get fiber to them. So, and we're continuing. I mean, we're filling out other grants. I'm working on a grant right now in another area. So we're just going to continue to try to grow and spread and do the best we can in Linn County.
And just to be clear, the county helped subsidize this. Your company made significant investment in this as well. This wasn't just a county.
Right. No. I wish it would have came in under what I got from you guys, but it didn't. That's okay. So yeah, we had skin in the game also. Absolutely.
That was pretty fast. It's been good. Thank you.
You betcha. If you have any questions, you guys got my contact information. Reach out anytime. And like I said, just remember my face when I come back.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Enjoy his night.
Public comment.
Do we have any public comment at this time?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Don Bendetti, and I'm a resident at Tanglewood Lakes. And a whole bunch of us were here a few weeks back and addressed you guys about the vandalism situation. I just wanted to ask, what's the status of the investigation you said you were going to do?
We have retained an outside law firm to do that investigation, and it is an ongoing process now.
Okay, so it will be an outside law firm, because there was rumor that the insurance company was going to do it.
The insurance company may be funding some of it, but they're not doing the investigation.
Okay, because we were concerned about a conflict of interest with them also insuring the sheriff's department. I wanted you to know that we've continued to get damage to the gates. It's hard to believe. And just want to go on record to say that the ringleader has said that they're going to do it again. So I'd like the sheriff to know that we're hearing from credible sources that they're just going to do it again. And that leads me to, it was great to hear that we had so many people get, I'm not sure the word is arrested, but contacted. But we're also disappointed that there's only been a few of the 30-something people that got misdemeanors and felony notices. So again, we want to go on record to say that we have actually contacted the police department and let them know where people are. And, you know, there's been very, very slow response to that situation. As stated at the last meeting, I just want to reiterate, there's nothing more important than, you know, the safety of the residents. You know, people are really concerned. We were able to get one gate up quickly before the holiday weekend. Unfortunately, we had to close two of the gates off, which has been a major inconvenience to the residents. We're just hoping that once and for all, we can just somehow bring closure to the situation. One of the things that we haven't received yet was, I believe, Gary, you had said that you were going to send a letter to us stating that, in fact, the property is private property and that we are to get support from the sheriff's department.
I don't recall stating that we would do that.
I don't
Okay,
either.
well, somebody had said that because you folks did confirm that it is private property.
It is private property, that's true.
Okay.
We confirmed that in the meeting.
Could we get a letter stating from you folks that it is in
I
fact
think you need
private property?
I think you need to ask your own attorney to provide you that. What you're asking for there is a legal opinion, and I can't provide you a legal opinion. Your attorney would have to do that.
But you did state it was private property.
Yes.
then why can't you send us a letter stating that it's private property?
Because I can only do what the commissioners tell me to do.
Commissioners, can you tell him to send us a letter stating that it's private property?
What is the point of this? What, I mean,
The-
explain it to me, Don.
The point is that there's some people at Tanglewood Lake who think it's public property, and as a result of that, it was okay for them to take down the gates. In fact, one of our state representatives apparently gave them okay to do so, Trevor Jacobs, and we're hoping that that's also part of the investigation as well, his input. But since it is county situation, we'd like the county to just confirm to these people that in fact it is private property and that they had no rights to remove those gates.
Now, that's a separate issue. What I would be willing to do if the commissioners want me to is to write a letter giving my opinion that it is private property. Those roads are private property.
Just send it to Tanglewood Lake Homeowners
Then to
Association.
the homeowner association. If that's what you want me to do, Commissioner.
What have you guys done on your side, on your HOA? Why does this keep happening? Why is there so much tension between you guys and your people that live in your lake? What have you guys done on your side to prevent this from happening? Or why is this happening?
Well, I'm not representing the board. I'm just an individual who lives there. My opinion is just people don't want to follow the rules. And interesting enough, there's very few rules. I mean, one rule is that you pay your assessment every year. It's $300 a year. And that's not an awful lot of money, thinking about all the roads that we have to repair and the maintenance of the shower house, et cetera, for residents. There are noise ordinances, which rarely people get in trouble for. But I think it's primarily the issue that people who don't follow the rules, the only recourse we have is to turn off their gate keys. And as a result of that, they feel like they can just take the gates down. Now, there was
We have no control over that ourselves.
You folks can't control,
Right.
you know.
I can't even go into the lake, so I don't know how I'm supposed to.
I'd be happy to take you folks around and show you. I mean, years ago, it's my understanding that there was a lot of issues at the lake, including people cooking meth. That's what I've heard. About 7 years ago, when I was first introduced to the lake, I mean, there was no way that I would ever consider investing there. Since then, the amount of work that the people at the lake have done to clean up that property has been incredible. So much so that I built a home there. And many of us are starting to do so and really invest in that community and really cleaning it up. My opinion is that there's just a couple of families who don't think it's a good idea to clean up what we're doing and are revolting. But it is now a much safer place, a good place to live, a good place to raise a family. But the downside is that there's a young couple who started a very nice sandwich and ice cream business in downtown Linn who are interested in living on the lake with their 11-year-old son. And the last time I spoke to them, they stopped looking because of the gate situation. It's more than a gate situation. Some of the people involved have actually beat up people at the gates, have pulled guns on people at the gates, and it's only a couple of families. And it's just hard for me to comprehend, why those people aren't dealt with from a legal perspective. It's not your problem. Sheriff, I guess it's your problem. And they just don't feel that there's really any repercussions associated with doing what they're doing. So we've got a couple of families who the sheriff knows exactly who they are, disrupting things for hundreds of families. And, when I hear about a young family who wants to live on the lake and be a resident and they're pulling back because of safety reasons, that's very disconcerting. So, Jason, to answer your question, I'm not sure what you folks can do other than the fact that put a full court press on the sheriff's department, the legal system, on why aren't these people being arrested? It's been a month. The warrants went out. To my knowledge, 5, maybe 6 have been arrested. To my knowledge, only 1 spent 1 night in jail.
Well, I think we've done everything we can do, right, Gary? As far as investigation, from our perspective.
From what's within your power, we've gone as far as we could go.
Right.
The question of charges and arrests is in the realm of the prosecutor and the sheriff's department, as you know, and
But if you folks don't have a good prosecutor or a good sheriff's department, it is your job to put pressure on them to say, what the heck is going on? Before somebody gets
Have
really.
you guys talked to district courts or anybody? I mean, a rep from over there, I mean, Kevin's sitting back here and we're saying, put pressure on him because it's sheriff's department. You're practically saying it's not a very good one, and I disagree 100%. Kevin gets a piece of paper was when the warrant's issued, he goes and does his job. So obviously Kevin hasn't received that paperwork. So I don't think we should be sitting here banging on Kevin, but have you guys consulted with Linn Valley to see how they control their gates? Have you talked to Sugar Valley to see how they're controlling the issue of the gate or of how they're enforcing their laws for laws that aren't?
I assume that our board has. I mean, I have not personally. I don't know anything about Sugar Valley. I've been to Linn Valley, and they have a different gate system. They have something that'll break your tires. I mean, if you drive through those. And we've talked about putting in a different gate system, but it's a cost. And at the end of the day, it's about only dealing with a handful of people who we absolutely know who they are. That's the thing that troubles me. And I'm not here to beat up the sheriff. I'm just trying to understand. I don't know, as an individual, I don't know what I can do. I mean, I'll walk over to the court system as soon as I leave here.
And I don't know if that's the answer or not. I'm just saying that's.
And Danny, I don't know. And I'm just here as an individual. And I'm concerned that somebody's going to get really hurt. And when somebody gets really hurt, then it's going to get the news. And then all of these discussions that we're having, and somehow it's probably going to come back to you guys, even if you're not responsible. But I think that besides myself, I think that all of you could be putting pressure on the legal system. We've got a great council, and apparently we have a great sheriff's department, but we don't have a very good legal system is what I'm hearing. And you guys have much greater voice than I do. I'm just an individual here who took the time to come. And the unfortunate reality, I'm probably going to keep coming. And I'm going to keep asking you guys, what can you do for me? Maybe today you don't know, but maybe next time I come, you do know what to do. Call the attorney and say, what's going on? I mean, there was 36 arrests, and well, I take that back. There's 36 warrants, I guess. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, there was 20 something felonies and 13 misdemeanors. Oh no, I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm an ignorant resident.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your concern. Your name?
Don Bendetti.
Nice to meet you, Don.
Same here.
No, at the onset, we had 20 some felonious charges and maybe 30, I don't remember. But that was within 8, 10, 12 warrants. So there are more warrants that are still currently being submitted. I think we have 3 or 4 left out of that group. I think we've had probably 8 or 9 arrests. I can't tell you for certain. We could look at records. I mean, this is the county commission. You have questions for the county sheriff. We're 2 different entities. I don't work for them. So I come here, I give my report, and that's where we're at. I mean, how many times in your life you have to consider this? Have you ever got total case updates on open active investigations? You hear all the time in the news. We don't have an opinion at this point because it's an open active investigation. I would say that my detectives have contacted, I can't even tell you how many times a day, people at Tanglewood to get more information and things like that. That's still going. And quite frankly, our prosecutor, I think he's probably got another, I don't know, I'm going to say 10, 12 affidavits for requests for warrants. We don't issue the warrant. You talk about people who came to jail and didn't even spend a night. They have right to a bond.
Yeah.
That's not, I don't just say, okay, I'm letting you out.
I get it.
I know we had 3 arrests last week on the case. And all of those, if you want updates, the prosecutor employs a person, they're called a victim witness coordinator. They employ a person to work for you guys to give updates what they can in the case. I have a website out there that tells you people who are arrested and in jail. And I have a website out there where you can go and you can attach a tracker on that person to see their case updates. Those things are all available and they're very public.
Okay, so it sounds like one of the things I need to do is talk further with the sheriffs to understand about how I can contact the victim witness coordinator and.
Yeah, just to call the prosecutor's office and ask for that person. That's what they're employed for. People want updates all the time, but I think you have to get to the right parties to get the updates that you're looking for. And I understand that. And I empathize with you and I appreciate you coming in and being very decent about that. But, your folks, they tend to come to the commission and the commission doesn't direct me. And a lot of people just don't understand that process. So I invited them a couple weeks ago to, maybe it's last week, I don't remember, come and talk to me about something. They were wanting to talk about traffic enforcement on the roads. I reached back out to the prosecutor. I said, hey, where do you stand on this? Prosecuting things like speeding on those private roadways. He said something he's not going to prosecute because it's private roadways. So, that's information that I've got since they contacted me about it in this meeting. They've never came back and contacted me again.
So maybe that's a question for you, Gary. If they're not going to prosecute because they're private roadways, and that my understanding is the county has a responsibility to provide police protection there. I mean, do we or do we not supposed to get police support at Tanglewood?
May I answer that?
Please
first?
do, because I didn't quite.
So his question is why aren't they getting law enforcement support on their roadways? And
Well put. Thank you.
Is that fair? Okay. So in the state of Kansas, the sheriff's office, we do not regulate like a city does. A city regulates under a code, and you used it earlier. You said rules or ordinances. We don't enforce rules or ordinances. We enforce state statutes. So a rule or an ordinance, and in your situation, it would be a rule or a covenant based on the private roadway situation. There's really no enforcement on those. Your speed limit out there would be whatever you set, and we don't enforce what you set. We can't. You don't have a court in which to enforce that in. And if you did, that would be like a municipality. So in a municipality, let's pick the city closest to you, the city of Lacine. I believe they enforce what's called the Green River Ordinance. I think that's the ordinance book that they utilize. I don't enforce out of that book. I enforce out of state statute. So when you guys become a government or you're private in that situation, those rules don't apply. I cannot go enforce your covenants. That would be strong arming. That would be me telling a citizen that they have to follow your private rule. I can't do that. So in a situation where they used a week or two ago, there was a four-wheeler out there and it was driving around erratically. That's a problem for the development. For me, it's not. I would have to look at that just like that was a four-wheeler driving around any other private piece of property in Linn County. So if it's out on, let's say, Mr. White's place and his boys came home and they're going to go out and drive their UTVs crazy, I'm not going to go out and enforce any regulation on his property, and your property's the same.
Wait a minute, let me ask a question.
Sure.
So if I own a piece of property and somebody's driving an ATV on it, you don't enforce it.
That's right. I wouldn't work a crash. That's a
So,
piece of
so
private
let me ask you
property.
guys, my property taxes doubled this last time around. I mean, doubled. So what I'm hearing is I get absolutely zero services from the county.
I think he's talking about traffic services.
That's right.
Well, I don't get water.
If-
I don't
No, I'm saying if,
I don't get
let's,
any services.
let's say someone commits
Water is not
an
county, it's
assault,
private.
an assault, that's not traffic. If
That's
someone
right.
commits trespass, that's not traffic.
So if
Someone
they were
commits-
driving on your property
But didn't have.
illegally,
But that was on a roadway or whatever. I mean,
Well,
so,
no, but I own the road.
so do they.
If they're, if
The
they're
people
there
that are there.
legally.
No. We called you on people who don't own property
Well, he
on
said-
Tanglewood.
Last week,
who
he
were
said
driving crazy.
they were a guest of a member. So a guest of a member has the right to be at the property.
Well, I don't want to get into semantics. I would just like to understand what I get as a taxpayer for my taxes in this county. I don't get roads. Now, Gary, you had mentioned maybe the best thing for us is to become a city.
Well, you do get roads. There's roads all the way to Tanglewood.
Roads all over the county, just not on that property.
Right. So if we become a city, then you folks are going to pave our roads?
No.
the city would have to, you would have to pave your roads.
If you become a city, you could enforce traffic regulations on your
You
road.
would have your own city municipal police department or your city public works. So you're talking about,
No, we would have to pay our own.
well, you'd have a tax put in place
You have
for
a
that.
tax base. You tax yourselves and
Oh,
use that money.
And I don't understand the
It
value
would
of
be
us being
just,
a city.
it would be just like Linn Valley did. So back in 97, 90, 96, 97, we went through the exact same thing with Linn Valley. And Linn Valley decided to become a municipality. So they had their own police department, their own public works department, what else? Their own clerk, their own court, their own prosecutor, all of that stuff. So they did that with a tax base that they put in place to be a municipality.
Before that, they had a security guard, right? I mean, was that?
Many, multiple. Actually, your grandfather was one of
I thought
them.
you retired from there. Would that help your guys' situation out at all? There's some kind of enforcement, right?
Right, and they do that at Sugar Valley. I think Linn Valley even still might have people that sit at the gate. I don't think they're not police officers, but the police patrol the entire area, but they still have a function at the gate of some sort.
Okay, so my understanding is that the sheriff's department will support us in anything other than traffic.
Well, no, there's some traffic things that we would have to support you in because they're required, the statute would read that anywhere in the state, we would enforce it. That could be a driving under the influence. That could be a fleeing to elude. There's a few other statutes that would allow us to enforce it anywhere in the state of Kansas. Most of our statutes would tell us under the traffic statutes would say on a public roadway.
Okay.
Does that make sense, sir?
But
It's a little bit too much for me to process today.
beyond traffic though, anything else?
Sure, you talked to a lady beating up another lady at the gate. That lady was arrested and she came to jail, she bonded out, and as a matter of fact, I believe the day we arrested her for assisting in the destruction of the gates, she was in court on that case.
Yeah, I mean, literally, my understanding is the week after some of these people got arrested, they vandalized the gates.
I agree with that.
I mean,
That is true.
I mean, I know we can't deal with stupid.
And-
What it is what it is,
And
right?
I know that one person, when we arrested them on the initial warrant for the riotous situation, the gate damage, and I think there's one more charge on him. But we also had another warrant for him for damage in the gate after that first situation.
So what do we do? I mean, it sounds like you guys have done about as much as you can, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing about it. You know, Gary's going to send us a letter, so that's a step in the right direction. That'll take care of that.
It's my opinion, they'd probably go with Burton and the courts and figure out if they want answers. They don't come to us and tell us, hey, that guy going 55 and that 35, we put him in jail last night because he did this. They don't come and tell us none of that. We don't know, that type of stuff. But I mean,
I think the sheriff's advice was good. Call the prosecutor's office and talk to the victim witness coordinator. They'll, when a case is in progress, there are limits to what can be said about it in public, but they'll tell you what they can.
And if you guys ever want to come through Tanglewood and see how nice it's changed from Tanglehood to Tanglewood, give me a holler. I'd love to take you through. Thanks for your time, guys.
thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Jesse, we're running behind. We have Joey on the schedule at 11, so we'll have to come back to you. Okay?
I'll be quick. This is really what you guys were asking for last week. The bonds are callable in 6 years. You may remember that there was a question about.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
The difference was, the question was, what's the difference between a 20-year option and a 10-year option? The long and the short of it is the estimated difference would be almost 1.4 million. At the very bottom, it's $1,390,214.75. The next 2 pages shows you the difference between the two and the payments between the two.
The rest of our bonds we'll have 27 years.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And you'll mature these right along with it. And so, for example, the 10-year, your annual combined debt service will be $1.2 million, $1,200,331. And so, well, again, you can afford all of them. You can afford just about any option without bringing on new federal prisoners. My suggestion is get those federal prisoners here as fast as possible if you decide to do this. That will pay for this. That's the idea. But if you don't get those federal prisoners, or if you don't bring on as many, first of all, you don't worry about the regulation because you'll have enough with this. But the sooner you get federal prisoners on board, the sooner you can pay this off, and you'd be able to pay off these earlier. I would have, especially if we did the 10-year option, I would have a 5-year call. So you'd be able to refinance if you had the cash on hand or pay it off entirely in year 5.
So after 10 years, our payment would go back to the 719,000.
You are exactly right. That is exactly right.
And at that time, we'd be past our prepayment penalties, so we could
Yes, sir.
drop
That was
down any extra.
2029 as it stands right now.
That is exactly right.
So Joy, what you want from Linn is direction as to which of these.
Sure, if they would like me to proceed, that's exactly right. If they'd like me to proceed with the 10-year, if they'd like me to proceed with the 20-year, and between now and when Gilmore and Bell gets back, they can still change their mind if they all of a sudden decide they'd like to go 20. But it sounded like last week that everybody was thinking 10.
So the 719 you're showing here, as opposed to the 921 that I'm paying right now,
It's me pulling out
to the state treasurer for the bonds.
what a 719, I'm sorry.
Okay, right now, the 921 right now is.
Yes, that's your payment.
Okay,
Right.
depending on which year. I pay that to the state treasurer.
That's right.
So I'm not sure I understand on the refinance what we're doing. We still make that payment?
You would still make that payment, but in addition, we'd have the escrow that we set up to make the principal and interest between now and 2029. And so there'll be a separate escrow setup that you won't see that will go to, well, you won't have to touch. That will go to the state auditor as well, or the state treasurer as well.
And
And so that'll make the difference.
that'll be an average of 480,000 or so a year.
That will actually, so your current, the old debt service, for example, in 1/1 of 2024, you'll have a debt service payment of $58,338.86. I will have purchased a security, and that's not in there anywhere. I will purchase a security, a slug, a state, local government security, U.S. Treasury, that will make that payment for you. And we're doing it with that bond issue.
That's where I'm trying to figure out who am I going to be paying what?
You're not. I will structure this so you don't have to. And so, for example, here's the old debt service payment between now and 2029. And this is what it'll cost us to make those payments, because this will earn interest. So between now and 2029, we have $4.2 million in obligation. Because we can earn interest in our escrow account, it'll be 3.6, or that it'll cost us 3.7, something like that.
Yeah, I was just not figuring out how you were getting to that 715 number.
Where's that?
I'm still going to be paying this treasurer.
No, I'm taking it out. Yeah, because we're refinancing that portion. Glad I brought that. I'm glad you brought that. Just piece of the grants of the escrow. That's the old debt service. This would be the new debt service. And then changes with the daily changes in the slug rates.
I just think
We've already built up a cushion in the sales tax fund. I think we should be looking at the 10-year option to try to limit our costs as much as possible. That also allows us to start making prepayments on this thing earlier. Because we're speeding up the amortization.
Yeah, on that, if we think that way, we're gonna try to figure a way out to utilize the jail to maximum benefit to us between now and Kevin's budget coming to us.
It's been my goal all along. We've spent $20 million on a facility. We need to be utilizing it.
I don't know what that answer is. I think Kevin and I texted a little bit last week about it. It really is a huge problem everywhere. What do you think, Jim?
If we should do it, I'd say the 10 years is a thing to do, so. It's like, it's two separate issues. I mean, we can do this and then see if we can staff up, if Kevin can staff up to.
That's exactly right. You step up, all of a sudden that becomes a lot easier.
Right. And it comes back to, we're going to be saving, just from going to the 10 to the 20, we're saving $1.4 million.
Right.
That's exactly
But
right.
going from our current amortization down to the 20, we're also saving money. Right?
Your current amortization, you're not going to save any money on, because we're still retiring it.
Okay.
The old issue is we're still paying the old issue. We're just refinancing at a higher interest rate, part of it.
Okay. But we're paying less interest because we're refinancing it on a shorter amortizations.
That is correct, but we're paying higher interest rate than what we currently have.
Right. But there will be.
Oh, they're probably because we're not going 27 years, there will be, but I haven't run those numbers.
Okay.
And you are drawing interest on what you're setting aside,
That is exactly right.
which also helps you.
Yeah, on the escrow,
You'll have some cost in issuing new bonds.
of course, yeah. And I would estimate using 3% would be the cost of issuance for everything, if not less.
So it's not figured in the payment?
Oh, it absolutely is figured in. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The really only change will be interest rates as they rise, it seems like. Every day they change, but I'm not telling you anything you don't know. That's the wild card right now is interest rates.
What do you think, Danny?
I'm about the 10-year plan, you know, but beyond that, I'd like to utilize the jail to the fullest. If we're gonna push hard to get it paid, I think we should be pushing hard to utilize it. We're saving. So what do you need from us, Joey? You just need us to.
Do you want me to move forward on the 10-year plan? I mean, it's what it sounds like. It's what it sounded like last week. I don't see a downside because you have the income, as a dedicated stream of income being the sales tax.
Which that'll never change unless we.
Right.
Casey's or something, right?
That's right. Casey's,
Is that true?
yeah, Casey's doesn't seem to be going away. They just seem to be popping up everywhere. Really the key will be is when Kevin starts staffing up, because then you'll have an opportunity to retire early. You're going to have more cash on hand or do something else with the money you get from staffing up.
Even if we stay with the payment we're making for the first 10 years, we'd have $480,000 once we pay it off to pay
That's exactly right.
on the principal to the after 10 years. If we kept the payment there.
What kind of, do you need a motion on that? Do you need it for sure?
No, just just tell me to move forward on the 10. You can change your mind again. I'll be back in front of you
See a problem?
with moving it forward, and it'll be a 10-year moving it forward, and then we'll talk about
How the payment.
the calendar and when we're going to market.
Okay.
Do you see any?
But money-wise,
to it?
no.
What you actually
I don't.
About how you make the payment.
It's making the payment, you can do it, but 20 years is a smaller payment. That would be the only downside of a 10-year is that you have a smaller payment on a 20-year. But no, I don't. Right now, the sales tax is dedicated to retiring the debt. That's included in this. You should have enough. Last year, it brought in $1.3 million. You're on target to hit $1.4 million this year. The total debt service on a 10-year program is $1,128,000. So there is and you also have $1 million sitting in the bank as a cushion. So you're in good shape. You can do it anything you want.
10 year.
And that million can only be utilized to pay that debt, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all at the 10-year plan, right?
I think it would be worthwhile to have a motion to direct him to go forward with that, don't you?
I do too.
Okay, you want to help me make a proper motion here?
Just a motion to authorize Mr. McClaney to move forward with the 10-year refinance.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Any more discussion? Questions, concerns? Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
See you guys in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we at? We got Joey. We're still waiting on Jessica. Jessica, do you want to go ahead and go?
Yeah, go see. Just move.
You can wait.
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. Last week we talked about having the Regional Planning Commission apply for the MIH grant for us. I sent you the contract. I sent it to Gary. I also sent you reasoning for having them do that. We are able to use ARPA funds for the $5,000 application fee, which we would be charged the application fee when it's submitted. Did you have any questions about that or thoughts?
We haven't really come up with a plan on what we're doing with our ARPA funds. How much is left in that account, do you know?
I have that right here. $817,859 is unallocated.
How will we decide where these houses, I mean, if we have more than one person apply for them, how are we gonna decide where we build them?
So, part of the issue with our first application was that we tried to put houses all over the county as one project, and they didn't, KHRC didn't like that. They think that the houses need to be in the same general area to count as a project. I have two property owners that are interested. One is north of Pleasanton, one is south of Pleasanton. I've spoken with Susan and the people at KHRC. We could make those two properties into one project for the purpose of this grant.
How many houses will we do?
I don't know yet.
Don't know.
But the total grant was
650,000. We would put, for the first round, we put up 100 for our matching portion. Well, that is our matching portion. And we took that out of the supplemental ARPA dollars that we got, which is not included in that ARPA fund because it's separate.
So we already got the money for that?
Yes, for the match. If we apply for the revolving loan portion as well, I don't know what the matching is for that part. And that would be for infrastructure for the housing developments.
So we get in with these landowners, and we just build a house on their property, and then it's theirs, and then they do as they please with it?
Well, they, not
sell
necessarily.
it and make a profit?
They have to sell it to someone who falls within the moderate income range as dictated by HUD. We got those numbers a couple of weeks ago. It varies. The rate goes from one person household to 8 people in the household. And I don't have those income limits in front of me. I can send them to
So
you.
the 100,000 will be split between the amount of houses we're building, or will it be 100,000 that were the ARPA money?
So the project, if we were awarded the $650,000 grant, the project will be $750,000, including the ARPA, the supplemental there. We can decide as part of the application process how we're going to allocate that. For the first round, we were going to reimburse 25% of the construction costs, the material costs, to the developer. And then the thought is that the developer can lower the selling price that amount without losing his profit.
But there's nothing that, can we control that? I guess that's my question as far as.
We can determine how we use that funding, yes.
But I think what Jim's saying is so we reimburse this builder for 25% of his material costs, he still asks the same price he asked anyway.
Well, the thought there is that we could tell him that if we reimburse that cost, that he lowers his selling price by that amount.
We can control that. That's what-
I believe so, yes.
How do you determine the property you're going to put it on? I mean, because
So that is, well, a couple of things. Who's willing to, use their property? And then also where the need is determined in the housing assessment tool, which Darcy's been working on. We sent that to Susan last week at Regional Planning. She looked at it, found a couple of things that we need to change. So we're going to work on those and then submit it to KHRC. She didn't charge us to look at that, but she's done several. And so
The counties that were awarded the first go around, have you reached out to them to see how
Darcy has, yeah.
how did it work for them? I mean, how are they proceeding with it? I mean, is everything going good? Is there
Yes.
ads? I mean, what are
Well, I mean, the ones, so when they submit the application, they tell KHRC who they're going to work with, how many they're going to build, whether it's apartments or single family homes, rental units, if they're going to sell them for home ownership. And then they go from there. There's a percentage of, so not all the homes that are built in the subdivision or the project have to be MIH, but you can't use MIH funding for homes that are sold above that sale price, if that makes sense.
So is the only option for this subsidy at the front end on the construction side, or
No.
can it come at the back end on the sales side?
You can use it for down payment assistance and some other things. I don't know all the details of what you can use it for, but I know that down payment assistance is one of them.
And the goal of this program is to,
Increase the housing stock in the county that's available and affordable.
because we're not seeing people building municipalities.
No, where we have, all of our cities have homes that need either substantial rehabilitation or demolition. And what we don't want is to pull a house down and then have that lot turn into the neighbor's yard. We don't make nearly as much tax revenue on that. We can't house a new family moving in or, increase our population base that
Talking
way.
about or that, is it gonna be rural or is it gonna be city? I mean, you talk.
Well, most likely they would be annexed into the city. They're not, one of them is at this point, the other one is not. But if they're in the city, then they get city infrastructure. They don't have to worry about building a lagoon or anything like that.
and then it's going to have a tax abatement on it probably for 4 years?
If they utilize the NRP that we instituted, we could do that, yeah, 5 years.
So at this point, what you're doing is funding the application, but you're funding it with grant funds.
Yes,
You still have the option of not accepting the grant if you get it and decide you don't want it.
right.
We're just spending $5,000 off.
You spent $5,000 ARPA money to take that chance. That's right.
And this has to go on an individual's property. It can't go on county land? I just don't see how it's fair to, I mean, I have empty lots too. How are we going to determine where it goes if somebody's going to build a house on an empty lot and make profit off of it? I mean, that's going to piss a lot of people off, in my opinion.
Why?
Well, I mean, I have an empty lot I'd like to have built on for free and then I make a profit off of it.
But you're not building it for free.
What money's coming out of my pocket?
Most of the construction costs are coming out of your pocket.
If you're the
The
developer.
labor is coming out of your
Deal
pocket.
with the developer. So you come in and develop this, you build this house, and we'll subsidize you 25% of the material cost that you spent building this house. So the developer takes the risk where, let's say this is going to be a $250,000 house. Normally, he would say, I don't think I could build a $250,000 house and sell it in Pleasanton, let's say. But if he can bring that cost, the material cost down 25% and get that same house for $215,000, might take the risk to build it because he thinks I can sell it for that price. And that's the idea. Is that a fair,
Yes.
accurate description?
And do you have people on board right now to do it?
I've got 2 developers that have discussed it with me, yes.
We just think.
I know in Lacine that we had gone a long, long time without having any new construction in that area. You know, at one point they had only 2 new home permits in a 10-year period, and those were both by the high school building theirs. You know, I'm
What are the
looking at
cities
it.
doing? I mean, to help. I mean, are they budgeting anything? Are they doing anything? Can we help? Can they go part in the matching part of it or?
You can ask them to. Pleasanton has a tax rebate program for new homes. And those rebate programs stay with the property. So that's also a selling point for the developer. The new owner will get the rebate. It doesn't stay with the developer.
What I'm saying is we don't have movement on this front currently. Would you agree with that? That there's not new homes being built in those areas?
And like, or
There's
municipality?
houses, it's for sale. It's not moving real well in the county.
Do what now?
Housing for sale right now, it's not moving real well.
Okay.
I think it's slowed down.
What condition is the housing in?
There'd be some houses that's remodeled, it's not moving.
Okay.
Pleasanton built 2 last year. Or I think it was last year. Linn Valley has more than they can deal with, I hear.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Right. That's our only one that's growing.
We've done some surveys as part of the housing assessment with some employers. Their employees, they're either having trouble attracting employees or their employees are having to live in the city and travel down here because they can't find good housing. There's nowhere to rent. So I don't know. I think if we have better housing, we're going to be able to grow our job market.
So the people that were awarded this grant, the first go around, they probably haven't even started developing it yet.
Not yet, not yet. No.
When do you need answers on this by?
Well, I would like to have a decision today if we can move ahead with this application with Regional Planning Commission. We don't have to suss out any of the details today, just whether we're going to have them submit our application for us.
And when's the grant due?
It's not been released yet.
So
They just,
front.
we are trying to get in front of it. There's, with round 2, I believe there was 4 weeks worth of lead time. And that's really not much to get all of this information put together. We had a 100-page, well, it was over 100 pages for our application for round 1. And it wasn't up to par, I guess, to be awarded, so.
And if we decide not to go with Regional Planning Commission, will you guys be submitting?
We are planning on submitting something, yes. Honestly, if we don't go with Regional Planning Commission, I expect similar results to the first round.
What's the difference? What do you see from them versus what we can do? Why?
They do this they do it for a living. This grant work is the foundation of the Regional Planning Commission. They have relationships with the people who look at these grant applications. They have the ability to write the narrative very well. They know what format everything needs to be in for the grants, for submissions. I really think that if we go with Regional Planning Commission, our odds of being awarded go up quite a bit.
And it costs us, what, $5,000 to have them do it?
For the application fee. And then if we're awarded, it's $18,000 over the 2-year period that we have to complete the projects. And that $18,000 comes out of the grant fee funds.
So that'd take 18,000 off the 600 and something.
They do all the reporting. When they do the administration, they make sure that we follow all of the rules and guidelines as far as where we get the material, what, there's rules as far as how much the construction laborers are paid. There's rules about, how we advertise, for things if we have to advertise and engineering, and they know all of that, and they would be responsible for making sure that we follow all the rules.
So there'd be more rules for the contractor to follow.
Yes.
Than normal if they come in.
Yes.
So would that take our local contractors out of that, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they would have to be willing to follow the extra rules. As long as they're willing, then no, they would not be taken out at all.
So the first go around, we paid them 5,000 already to do it, and we weren't
No,
awarded?
we applied first round.
Oh, okay, we did. Okay, that's right. That's the reason.
And I mean, it doesn't guarantee us being awarded, going with Regional Planning Commission for the application, but I really believe that we have a greater odds of getting it, being awarded if they apply for us.
And if we're not awarded, are we gonna continue to apply, or is this gonna be kind of the end of the road? Or?
Well, I believe we apply again next year. We get feedback on our application and apply again.
And will we have to pay another $5,000 for them to rebuild, or will we be able to resubmit the same?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know.
And you said you've reached out to other counties that were awarded the funds the first go around?
Darcy has spoken to, and not the first go around, but from last year. As she was applying for the first round, she reached out to other communities that had been awarded.
So is there any communities that have already completed the entire process?
I don't know. I don't know how long this has been in place.
Do you think there's any way to figure that out or find that out?
We can find out.
I'd like to reach out to somebody that's done it before and see the pros and cons of it and how it went for them, what issues they ran into. And I mean, does that make sense? What do you guys think?
I'm good with that.
Me too.
Could you get us a little feedback on that? Maybe send our email or get it next week, or
Yeah.
are you good with that?
Yeah. So you want to wait on the contract? Is that what you're saying?
I
Again.
personally would like to hear feedback from people that's completed the program and see how it went for them.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
I'm good with it.
Good with it?
Yeah, with getting that and then making a decision.
Okay.
We keep pushing it down the road and apologize.
The next thing that I have is the Linn County Housing Incentives that I sent you. This would be a new program Darcy and I developed. The Rural Champions Grant, they've given each community an extra $20,000. With that, we can extend Darcy's position for 6 months with half of the funding, and they want us to come up with a program for the other half. So they've basically $10,000 from them to come up with a housing program. This is, we used another Champions program to create ours, made some changes. that these three incentive areas, one would be demolition assistance. It would be up to $2,500 awarded per eligible homeowner that clears a blighted property, and they also have to either plan to develop a new home or sell it to a builder with the intentions to build. It's a reimbursement, and the matching funds is a one-to-one basis. Cash and in kind are eligible. The long-term vacant is for homes that have been vacant for a period of 12 months or more. It's also $2,500. The homeowner has to sell their vacant home to someone who is going to live in it, fix it up and live in it. The funds are to reimburse any costs to get it ready to sell. And it's a one-to-one match. In kind and cash matches are eligible. The third one is painting homes in Linn County. This one is up to $500. The funds act as reimbursement to offset anything project-related: painting supplies, equipment, rental. Painting preparations, labor, and volunteer assistance are not eligible. It's a reimbursement, also a one-to-one match. Receipts have to be submitted, and they have to be, all the supplies have to be purchased from Linn County businesses. And it's a one-to-one match as well. So, for the first year, we were thinking of awarding 4 grants in each category, which comes out to $22,000 for the grant portion, $22,000 for the matching funds. So we would basically be injecting $44,000 into our housing market, with $10,000 of that coming from the Office of Rural Prosperity. I would like to add $12,000 to my budget, and the local citizens, the homeowners match, is $22,000. This would be in 2024.
So you're proposing in your budget the $12,000
Yes.
there. What if you didn't? Do we have to match? What
Not
if we just did the 10,000
if
and
we could do that. It's going to have much less of an impact. We would have to pare down the number of grants available, and probably the amount awarded as well.
right?
So my other thought, and I forgot to bring this up, David, last week when we talked about this. If we don't want to budget it, could we take it out of windfall, possibly?
Could be if they.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that in the event that we had enough applications, we would consider those at that point? Or,
What do you mean?
well, if it's not in your budget, why would we approve extras?
Well, no, I'm asking if if we would like to take the 12,000 out of the windfall account instead of adding it to the economic development budget.
I guess the question I'm asking is, why don't we use the 10,000, or the point I'm trying to make is, why don't we use the 10,000 and see how this program goes before we go committing dollars to it going forward?
Okay, we can try to pare it down.
And that's $10,000 grant money, is what you're saying, versus taking out.
Where we're not required to match, we could use that to try to pilot this program, get it up and going, and then reassess it in a year.
We can do that.
Good with that.
Yeah.
And
Doesn't-
maybe as far as your limitations on it, what if, you know, we said that we had a cap of this many dollars, and once those funds are spent,
Right,
that we won't be accepting any more
right.
grants. That way you're not saying, well, we'll only take 2 of this one and 2 of that one. And that way you're applying it where,
We could do it that way.
just the thought.
Okay.
Doesn't Pleasanton, aren't they awarded a state grant to do something like this? Or is it just a?
I don't know.
Demo down and, because I think we waived the fees for them most of the time.
I don't know that they have any grants for it. I don't know.
Okay. That's what I would like to see.
Okay. I can work on that and then bring it back next week. I also sent you my budget proposal, which I can change then and bring back next week if you'd like, if we're taking that out.
Okay.
Okay. I have another question. What would you like me to do about an airport budget?
Have you heard anything back from them?
No,
Did we hear anything about the fuel as far as getting rid of the fuel?
I haven't yet. Mm-mm.
What about selling the Pappy light? Getting rid of those, trying to and get a little bit of cost back of, aren't they just sitting somewhere in a?
I think so. And I can't remember if the Pappy lights were solar as well.
But I think they were bought up with a matching grant, right?
Yes.
Were we able to sell those privately and collect the funds off of it or no?
I can find out.
What about trying to lease out the airport to someone else to operate it as is?
We could come up with an RFP and send it out for that.
Because I don't know, my feeling is that we're not going to get a response on the legal side, that they're not going to let us do anything that way until 2029,
Right.
as
That's,
far as selling it.
so that's when our 10 years is up. So we could sell it. We would have to pay back a prorated amount of that 200,000 that we received in 2019.
200?
200,000. Mm-hmm. If it was no longer a public access airport. If we sell it and it remains a public access airport until 2029, that's what we asked their legal department, and they're not getting back to us. So if that was a risk that you wanted to take, we could write that into a sales contract, and just,
But what if we leased it instead of sold it?
right.
If you lease it to a fixed-based operator.
Right.
And, with the condition that it remain
Public
public
access.
access, then you're fine.
We're gonna eat the 200,000 up pretty quick on taxes if we don't do something.
And the land
Hadn't
next
thought of it that way, but you're right.
to it, can we split it off and sell it without permission?
I believe so. I mean, the stipulation is that the runway remain open to the public, so I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
If we keep it open to the runway, do we need to repave it or anything like that?
I would imagine so at some point.
Chip and seal.
That is not allowed.
I personally don't want to put any more money into it. I don't know how, Gary, how would that work?
How would what work?
If we decided we didn't want to put any more money into it?
So, okay, so if we're looking at that, if we sell off the land that we're renting out, that really has nothing to do with the airport, does that then make it where
Tax exempt.
it's tax exempt? Or
We would still have to argue about whether the
lots?
lots that we've developed for resale can be tax exempt. We might have to vacate the plat to do that. I don't know. We talked about that.
We've already pulled some of them.
We sold some of them, but
8.
so we don't own them. So, but the rest of them, if you're holding them for resale, it's hard to argue that that's a government fund. Unless they're part of an airport. Then we would not hold them for resale, we would hold them for lease.
Okay.
Airports can lease property if it's a part of the airport operation.
Okay.
But the hayfield's not a part of the airport operation, no matter how you look at it, so. I mean, like up at, in the Garnett, that airport, they own that restaurant there and they lease it out to
At Miami County.
Miami County, to a restaurant, operator. But that's not, that's not taxable to the county because it's part of the airport operation.
Okay. I think we need to be looking at our options from that standpoint, whether it's the fixed base operator, whether it's selling off the additional real estate. That's my thoughts. Trying to
If we were to
limit
lease
our
it,
exposure.
if we were to lease it, we'd have to get it up to par first, right?
No, I
Not
mean,
necessarily, you can make that a part of your, I mean, put maintenance on the fixed base operator, I mean, possibly. Does it need paving now?
I don't think
I
so.
think it's in good shape now.
Yeah, but isn't there, I just read minute notes from back 2008 when Vicky had went to Fort Scott and looked at, or talked to them about details and stuff, and it stated in the meeting notes that I think it's supposed to be overlaid every so many years, and I don't know, have we ever done it?
I don't think we've overlaid it. We've like repaired it.
Sealed it.
Is that something we should look into, or are we open ourselves to legal troubles if there's ever an incident out there and we're still using it? If we haven't kept up with.
I don't think there's a requirement that it has to be resurfaced every so many years, but it needs to be kept in good shape. And I think what she was saying was that they said that based on their experience, that's what theirs took in order to stay maintained. It took that often.
Where you guys at? I personally don't want to put any more money into it.
I don't either.
I'm with you.
So if we were to put it up for sale and we sold it, we had to pay back part of this 200,000. The land itself that's being hayed is worth more than that, isn't it?
I probably, I'm sure it is. Huh?
How many acres would be?
It's roughly 70 on the west side.
So, yes.
Where you at, Jim?
I'm good. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Okay.
Or leasing it on this.
Which one?
But if we leave it, we're still going to deal with the tax issues?
Well, if we can pass that on to the operator, what are we gonna charge them to lease it? That's what, right?
I know, I had reached out to the Life Flight program through AMR and had talked to Galen with him, and they didn't seem too interested, but I mean, that was the only one I ever looked into about leasing it, trying to make it like a hub. They wanted a hangar with electricity and all that stuff in it, so.
You know anything, Dave, about as far as the lease program? What?
I'm with you. But I think before you sell it, you want to consider this RFP for fixed base operator. See if you've got anybody interested. And that lease can be, who knows what that lease looks like. You get somebody down here that's interested in running the airport, maintenance could be their responsibility.
Yeah, it could be,
It could be a new,
it could be a deal where you lease it to them for $1 and they maintain the whole thing. You don't ever spend a dime
That's
on
what
it.
I'm saying.
but it really depends on whether you can get enough interest in somebody coming in and taking advantage of it. I think there's gotta be somebody out there that sees this facility so close to the metro. Might be able to make a go of it. The fixed-base operator is just simply like a filling station. And they fuel planes, they repair planes, they do different services. But that lease can be built numerous different ways. Like I said, it might be $1, might be something down the road where you got percentage of what they made if they were able to build a business.
Could we sell the ground off of it and keep the runway?
I think that's a possibility, although, as I said earlier, if you're thinking about a sale of the runway, you may want to keep the ground at least until you, because that might be something that would attract,
The development opportunities there.
yeah. Somebody who wants to buy it might want to develop that ground along with it.
And I would say that same thing if we're going to try and find an FBO for it. I think if we want to try to lease it first, then we see if we can do that before we split any property off.
So if we had somebody else that operated it as a lease, would it still be considered a county airport? Would we still tax it accordingly like that? Because I just don't feel like it's not making us any money. It's not an asset to anybody except the
We'd
crop
have,
dusters.
we'd have to take a look at what, if it's a county-owned airport and a fixed base operator is leasing it, then the airport can be exempt from taxes, from property taxes.
But would we still have a mill in place to tax to run it?
Do we have a mill in place to run it? I don't think we do.
Oh, we don't?
It's coming
I
in
mean, it's
general.
part of our
General
fund budget, but
I just don't want to spend any more money on it. That's where I'm at. I mean, that's,
So we put it out to see if we have anybody interested in running it. While we're doing that, can we look into what our prorated penalty or whatever, what we're gonna have to pay back is if we liquidate the runway?
Yes, so it's going to be 6 years left on that, right? For $200,000 was the total, so.
So it'd be three.
So 20,000 per year.
Uh-huh.
So it'll be 120,000
Yep.
that we have to pay back. Okay,
if you look at the actual, what's in the budget this year for the airport, we budgeted income on fuel take sale 48,000, and we budgeted expenses at the airport of 65,700. Now, I don't think we're coming anywhere close to that on, well, we're not on fuel now because we've shut it down, but I think that was probably overestimated a little, but we're not budgeting much for it.
Taxes is where we're spending a lot of
The
money.
taxes were,
but we're not including that in our budget.
Right.
they were not in there. They were coming out of contingency.
I think we put out the RFP for a fixed base operator and see what happens there. If we can't get any bites on that, then we move to plan B, which is liquidating the airport.
Good for that.
Okay. That's what I have for today. Do you have anything else for me?
Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica.
you got anything? Okay, we'll open it back up for Jesse for public comment.
Hello, guys. I'm just here. I'm kind of at a fork in the road. My name's Jesse Willard. people come to me and ask me about the nursing home for elderly care. And I know you guys had a comprehensive plan that shows, you know, a need for elderly care and some interest in some veterans care. But I came here to talk about just the process of getting something on the ballot. I gave Gary a statute over there. It's 19-2107 about putting a question on the ballot. And I know the primary election due date is coming up. I don't know if there actually is a primary this year, but so I figured I'd come in here and ask what it would look like to get something on the ballot.
Let me address that statute a little bit. I've been reading those statutes as we've been meeting here, and this statute, Jesse, refers to getting a mill levy in place to support a county nursing home. And so keep that in mind. If this is what you want to do, you'd be committing to having a county nursing home. This is not a mill levy to give to somebody
To operate.
operate a private nursing home. This would be a county nursing home. Now, in theory, you could lease property from somebody and you could hire somebody to, or contract with somebody to run it, but it would be a county nursing home. It would not be a privately owned nursing home. So,
Okay.
did you follow, I mean, you gotta go back and read all of 2106. There's several sections to it, along with 2107, in order to grasp what's there. But that's what that's about. Now, the other thing that we had talked about at some point was whether you wanted to create a hospital district. And there is funding that could come through a medical or hospital district. But that's where you need the petition, you know, to create the district. And there's already a district in the north part of the county, so that would only include, as we've talked many times, the south part of the county. So.
Yeah.
Do you have a business plan or operating plan on, that we had made of how you?
Yeah, here's a big, thick plan from a year ago, but I was under the impression on that, we talked about a little bit, that would only open up a line item on your budget sheet, and then that would, the money would come in through that line item, and then it would go out like to support one.
Well, as I say, you could use that to lease a nursing home building and to contract with someone to operate a nursing home, but it clearly says that this is for any election required under 19-2106. You go back to read 19-2106, and it refers to. Let me get back here and read it exactly what it says here.
Yeah.
19-2106 says any county may establish a home for the aged. That right there tells you we're talking about a county home. This is not county funding a private home. This is a county home. And so just like when we had the county clinics before, you know, it would be similar to that.
So I mean, what exactly were you?
Well, I was just thinking that if you put, to me, that just looked like a vehicle that you put it on the ballot, and then that money would come in, and then it would go to a nonprofit and to provide that service in your comprehensive plan. I thought it was a lot like, you know, you do for your mental health for SEK, or you do for like Trico, like we just talked about. But and so I thought that would be a line item that you'd put that go towards elderly care.
So are you going to have the already up and operating? I mean, is that what your plan is, to have it already up and going and then come to us and ask us for?
No, I don't really want anything to do with it as far as that side of operations. There's other management companies and development companies that want to put it together. And then there's people that come to me and say, why can't we get it on the ballot? Why can't we vote on it? And I'm just like, I don't know. I think you can. It's just a matter of doing it. And it's a matter of you guys allowing that to happen. If the people don't want it, I'd say we just stop. But if the people do want it, then I think that through your comprehensive plan and you guys' responsibility to try to see what your people want and a way to make it happen. Now, the process that we're doing here is a little different than before. The process is we're going to put it on, we would put it on the ballot to see what the people want. That way it doesn't go through like the airport. Like you guys are battling something that didn't go through the right process. And now you don't even know what the people want to pay for it or people that don't. And the STARS program and some other things that have been done. There is, and when you look at the 2106, I think it's E, maybe it's E. There's a statute that says you can only do 2 mills for 2 years. So there's a cap of 4 mills that you can even do in that line item. And so the question, I don't know, Gary's got the question. Would you mind reading the question for him? Just
Yeah, I mean, if you want to create a county nursing home, the question you put on the ballot is, shall the county of Linn levy a 1 mill tax or 2 mill tax for a home for the aged? Yes or no?
pretty simple.
But
And then from,
And how would he go about getting that on the budget? What are his options for that? Or on the ballot?
you would have to decide you want to create a county nursing home. This is not just a nursing home that exists in the county. This is
We
a
actually
county.
have
Huh?
nursing home we actually run.
Well, again, you don't have to actually run it. You can contract with somebody to run it. You can contract with somebody to provide the building, but it would be a county nursing home. It would,
I think we got enough problems as it is.
Can we not do it like we do CHC, is where they're already operating, they come in, they're operating, they're showing us that they can make it happen, and then we subsidize them? That's kind of what we do with CHC, right? Or not CHC, SCK Mental Health.
yeah.
you could take money out of your general fund and subsidize a nursing home I think we'd have to make the case that it's in the public interest to do that, but I still think you could, yeah.
See, the 2106, I don't remember, I had them all printed off, but A, B, C, and D, and E, one of them in there basically says that you guys can just use those proceeds. It's really just a line item to make that happen. This is just a question to get it on your line item, like even with the airport, there's statutes for that too, I believe, where it could have been on a ballot. County run airport.
The other thing that you can do, and I think this may be really what Jesse's kind of referring to, is an advisory election. We talked about that before, where you just ask, you want us to put a line item in our budget to subsidize a privately owned nursing home in the county. The problem is you can't do an advisory election at the same time you do your general election.
Well, I wasn't really thinking advisory election. I'm thinking statute question on the ballot.
Well, I've told you what I think. So in terms of what you would have to do, you'd have to decide you want to create a county nursing home.
I haven't had anybody approach me and tell me that they wanted to fund this.
See,
It's a necessity.
I have, and that's where I'm at the fork in the road. Is people come to me, they associate me with the building, with the nursing home, with the comprehensive plan. And so I'm here because just to see if it can get on the ballot. If you guys are willing to find out what the people want that way, or however you might want to do it, but if not,
I'm not in favor of it.
and I know the primary election, if there was a primary, it would need to be on the ballot like pretty quick, like this week, I think. So that's why I'm here today.
There is no primary. We did not have candidates filed or required for primary this year.
So then so what do we have to do if we did do it? Who do we have to
Next
pay for?
scheduled election is in November.
I'm not in favor of a county-owned nursing home myself. I've had people tell me that they didn't want that, and as far as the people that come to me, I don't. Way more talk to me about not wanting one than do.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't thinking that it was a county owned. I thought it was just county supported. Kind of like the mental health. That's more my angle I was taking.
Yeah, that's not what these yeah, there may be some statute in there that can do that, but this section of statutes are for a county nursing home.
So do you have a plan in place to get it up and going and operating? And,
Like,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't, how, you want us to subsidize it before it's even up and operating?
well, I don't have to give any money, just agree to it. I mean, we could get it up and going if there was an agreement. There's a few different management companies that have came here and that would I haven't gone back to them to see if they'd still be interested in doing it, but I think they would. But I was hoping to get something on the ballot that was legal, that you could put bonds against, that would be stable instead of just,
Do you not think it could operate without our support?
well,
I mean, the residents of Pleasanton, we don't
yeah,
give them any money.
yeah.
You think-
They're willing
is
to
that a
do,
concern of yours?
Did you get your grant that you applied for?
not right now, but
Still waiting?
still waiting on that, yeah. Yeah. The one in Pleasanton, we're just gonna, he's interested in managing this. They actually do assisted living,
But they
residential.
won't do it without support from us?
Well, I haven't even talked to him about that. I just asked him if they'd be interested in managing. A skilled nursing facility is quite an undertaking. That's why it requires a little bit of help to get started, because it's just not a lot of profit in it once it does get started, but it could run on its own. It's just not as desirable as it, down here where it would be somewhere else. So I just think it's something that, if you guys are interested in having one in the near future, it would take some steps to do it, but if not, that's fine too. I mean,
I'm always open-minded to bringing businesses here and people and industry, but I think you'd have a better shot with me if you were up and operating and running.
yeah.
I mean, that's just me though. What do you guys think? So I guess to answer your question, we're not having there's not a ballot or an
Well,
election, a
It
primary.
could be on the general election.
Not as an advisory question.
No, advisory has to be separate from the regular election. By a statutory, and like a county home that Gary was talking about, could be on a regular ballot.
And without our support, he could pass a petition
To create a district.
to create a district to see that he'd have to get,
And then they'd have their own tax base.
right,
Right.
But that won't allow the one
that the power plant's in, because Lacey already has one.
they already have theirs.
It won't include Lincoln, was it Lincoln?
Lincoln and
Lincoln
Scott.
and Scott are the ones that are in that.
And I think you talked to them and asked them if they had.
It's been a long time. Yeah, I could talk to them again, but. So I have a question about the districts for you guys. There was 5 people that decided to close that district down. They were on the board and they didn't know what to do really, and they decided to shut it down. If 3 of those people, the majority of them came to you guys, would you guys be interested in re-implementing a district in that same area that was there before?
I think you would need to pass the petition again like it was done originally to prove that you have the support of the people in order to do it.
That's what I was wondering about.
If it was me personally, I'd disband the one in Lacey and make it a countywide,
I know you would. I would.
because they have a lot of money set in an account. So that is where I'm at, but
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Well, I guess for you, Jim, if you was to find out that it's not a county-owned nursing home, but it's just really just a vehicle to transfer the funds, and it was a line item used to support a nursing home? Would you be interested in that?
If the public, if you got it on the ballot and got it that way, I mean, that's,
Well, I'm asking you if you would support putting it on the ballot in the general election. If you found out that maybe the interpretation of that statute was different.
well, what Gary tells me it isn't, so I mean, that's what I've got to go by right now. That's what Gary's saying, so that's what I'm gonna go off of right now.
Okay. But if we can break that statute down and would you support it?
If you can get it on a ballot, it don't cost anybody, it don't cost the county any money. I've said all along, I wasn't against that, but I don't want the county having to pay for the ballot, for the election.
Well, and
I still think you should have to pass a petition to get it on the ballot as they did with the hospital districts before.
yeah, well,
If you truly have the support, you should be able to go to those people that are telling you that we need and want a nursing home very badly and get them to help you.
yeah, I hear you. So David, if we put it on the general election, would it cost anything to add a question?
Adding a short question on a general ballot we already have would not be much. I mean, there's
Okay.
a little bit of programming cost.
Okay.
But that is not something that can be done without statutory authority to put it on there. And unless they were willing to make it a county home from what we're reading, then that's not going to happen.
Okay. Well, I believe the 2106 is in that series. It kind of spells out that it's not doesn't have to be a county owned home. It can.
That's very definitely not what it says. I don't know, but you get it and read
I'll
it.
look at it.
2106 says, any county may establish a home for the aged, the same to be used as a home for aged persons and other persons as the Board of County Commissioners of the county shall direct, under such rules and regulations as the Board of County Commissioners shall prescribe. That's describing a county home.
Okay.
Stuff to do, man.
Well, all right.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, Jim. When we talked the other day, I thought we had talked about putting it on the ballot, and I tried to talk to Danny. So, I feel like I've been misled, but if
I don't know what you think that I told you. I told you if it didn't cost us anything, but we're being told that we can't do it. So, that's all I
Yeah.
gotta go off.
No, I understand. I'm just saying for myself, for being in the public, for coming here one more time, it wouldn't cost anything.
We're not allowed to put it on is what they're telling you, Jesse, right?
No.
You can.
You can put it on, but if you put it on, it'll be a county nursing
That's
home.
right. And I told you all along, I don't want a county nursing home, right?
But I don't want a county nursing home either, but a
Okay.
county supported nursing home is the difference that I'd like to figure out the interpretation. So that's why I'm kind of
I
digging
don't
here.
think I misled you with anything, Jesse.
No. Yeah, if it's a county home, you did not.
Okay.
But we talked on the phone for an hour or more, and I'm just trying to really thoroughly and get to the bottom of what this really is.
Okay.
So that's why I'm here. It's not because
Get a
Jesse.
petition, pass it
I'm
around,
not gonna
set
do
up your
that. I'm not.
district.
The reason I won't do the district thing is because your district has such an advantage with the power plant, and they're unwilling to work with the rest of the county. You guys are pulling over, your rate with trapping that power plant up there, it's completely disadvantaged to the other two districts with Jim and Danny's.
Okay.
So it's impossible. What I would like for you to do is talk to your people with the district and see if they would be willing to open up to the rest of the county to support other healthcare options that might come in this county. But that's not my job.
Right.
That's your thing that you could open and you could push. And Danny, you guys could all talk about that. You guys are the
Okay.
commissioners, not me.
Right.
I'm just saying people
Thank you,
come
Jesse.
to me, so I do what I do.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah.
We got a resolution for surplus that was brought into me earlier. We could take care of quickly if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that. And then I'd like to take a recess for 5 minutes after that.
It's resolution 23-26, property from the road department declared as surplus, 30 metal street signs and one rectangular metal information sign. And it says be it resolved, the above items can be donated to Holiday Lakes for repurposing. So I don't know, Gary, were you aware of?
Yeah, they're used signs we've taken down rather than take them to the
Scrap.
recycle. Holiday Lakes can use.
Okay. I'll make that motion.
This is something for you to review for a future time. This is, you asked for a policy concerning public works assistance to cities and
Okay. Yep.
school districts.
Yep.
Let me make a,
This is just the first draft, it's a rough draft.
let me finish this, Gary. What,
I'm sorry.
you made a motion?
Yes.
I'll second. Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Gary, go ahead.
Is the only thing you're gonna do left talk about the buildings?
That's all we have on the schedule.
I've got some budgets that I brought in with,
So my question is, do you want me here for that building discussion or do I need to be? That's up to you, but
I don't think it's anything legal binding.
I didn't think so, but
I'm good with it. I mean, if you need,
I'm always biased to that direction anyway.
what was this, Gary? You want to explain this again? Sorry.
Yeah, this is, you asked for a policy governing county assistance to cities and, school districts on things like maybe street repairs or cutting brush or different things like that. And so this is just the first attempt at a draft of a policy. I've used the form that we use for these policy letters. That way it's formal and, spelled out. And, I would suggest you guys, mark up anything you'd like to see different or want added, get it to me and I'll make the changes. I don't think there's any hurry on it.
Get
And then
that.
we'll send this over to each municipality and showing them the direction we're gonna go.
I'd say let's just get it done the way you want it done, and we'll send it to them, say, here's the policy.
Okay, so we're gonna just gave it to us to review? All right, I make a motion that we take a 5-minute recess.
I'll second that.
Oh, before you vote on that, I'm supposed to tell you one other thing. Last week, we sent, the zoning reg back to the zoning commission to, relook at something, if you recall.
Right, to produce their findings.
Right, they produce findings, and the way the statute reads, if the planning commission fails to deliver its recommendations to the governing body, following the planning commission's next regular meeting after receipt of the governing body's report, the governing body shall consider such course of action on the part of the planning commission, a resubmission of the original recommendations and proceed accordingly. Now, I have been thinking about this and reviewing, and I talked to a couple other lawyers interpreting this. This is permitted, not mandatory. What that means is, they had their meeting, like the regular meeting last Tuesday. No, the regular meeting will be tomorrow night.
Right.
Tomorrow night. Under this, after tomorrow night, you have the right to ignore anything they're doing, do whatever you want to do. That doesn't mean you have to. It says proceed in regular, proceed accordingly. What I'm getting at is that they're not going to be quite ready to bring these back next Monday.
Okay.
They're still working on some things. Jim Cobb is working with them too, but he can't be here, and he'd like to be here when they bring it back to you. He can be here on the 26th, we think.
Yeah, he wants to meet with the Planning and Design Commission, 26, and then come,
Come here to the next meeting.
and then come to the next meeting.
Okay.
So if you're willing to, let's tell the planning commission that it's fine to not bring their recommendations back to Bill after he meets with them on 26. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I am.
It's gonna put 3 more weeks, but I think it'll give us a better product.
Okay.
Mention it.
All right, 5-minute recess, been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Beat you there.
This is the survey. Jim's approved. The county has an easel off the road. Oh, yeah. 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 It's the survey that he had.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Last.
Originally, was extra money we were getting in, saving it. It was power plant. Pipeline 2 years ago. It was power plant. Pipeline.
So it's utility, more or less.
I mean, occasionally we'll use some of it. When it's coming in, but if you look at it, our money coming in is from utility anyway.
What do you think, Darren?
I don't know. I think I'm ready for a vacation.
Yeah.
And there is, so there's a statute, but there's no punishment submitted for not following. Because most statutes have another statute written. That punishment for there's so basically.
What? You're not finished? Uh-oh. Well, I hope you get the feeling better.
You know. I know. I know.
You have the number three. It's not.
But you're willing to buy buildings.
No, I can buy that.
You said someone put it on. It's just not going to do it. Me, based on this. I always have to come to. Well, I just have to do the Zoom. I cannot do it. Well, I need a copy of insurance. And just last week, and they function. Travel. I'm jealous of I didn't want to show I'm jealous of the ones who are I think there was, I want to And I think and there wasn't a conversation. I think it was just I emergency on this. So, and because it is changing. On the television, we're just saying, on other stuff, we're taking. Why?
Do we have a special alcohol fund? Why don't we have those at the meeting?
What?
You know, isn't that just for us to get beer at the meeting? The special alcohol fund? No?
You got one, it looks like. That must be for the, do they sell it up at the park?
I don't know. All right, I think we're getting ready to reconvene, guys. All right, the next thing on the budget is discuss, or David has some budget requests for us.
Okay, I say, got that, and then we've got building discussion to come up too, but I sent these out to you guys, I think, ahead of time. Most of them, I don't think there'll be a lot of question with. There's one on there I'm guessing you may want to discuss a little more. But just to run through them real quickly and kind of explain what we've got. There is, the first one you've got on top there is special alcohol. And the one right below that is special park and rec. Neither one of those are tax funds. Those are money we collect through the special, or through the alcoholic liquor tax sales in the county. I get an estimate from the state of how much money we're going to get from that. This is just based on the money that we should have coming in. So it does not affect our mill levy at all. This is just using up funds that come in. And the way that comes in is half of what we get goes to the special alcohol fund. Quarter goes to the special park and rec, and the other quarter goes to our general fund.
What exactly does that pay for in the special alcohol fund?
Special alcohol.
Permit, like licensing?
No. Let me bring that up to make sure I'm telling you the right thing here. That one we actually pay out to another entity by the end of the year.
And you said the state funds us that money and then we just distribute it?
It's from liquor taxes.
Okay.
The state sends us the money. Special alcohol is Fund 134. So that one, we actually pay that out to the SEK Mental Health Center. But I think that is by design on that. That's where that money goes. So in addition to the funding they ask us for, they also get money from our special alcohol.
So the state sends it to us in return.
And we pass it on. We're just passing on money. Now, the park, when we get to use that, we do typically some park grant type of things with the cities, and we'll use that money. And then the remaining part that goes to our general fund, we can just use for general fund expenses.
Okay.
So the next two after that are the fair building and the fair premium funds. Those again are statutory things that we provide. The fair building, that 3,000's been in there for longer than I've worked here and always been the same amount. The fair premium, we used to run 15,000 all the time. We bumped that up to 20 a few years ago after Gary and I talked about it. The way that statute reads is we provide what the fair board needs for premiums at the fair. we'd always left it at 15. It looked like they might be needing more, so we started budgeting 20. And I typically go ahead and send them 15 about this time of year. And then if they need more than that after the fair's over, they can come back and request some more.
Okay.
I did talk to Kelly Carbon the other day, and he thought they were going to bump them up a little bit this year. So I've already sent them 15. I put in here we might spend 18 this year, just thinking they might come back and ask for a little more. And then I put the same 20,000 in the budget for next year that we've had.
So on the fair building, do we not rent that out every now and again?
This is not 4-H. This is a separate deal. This money goes to the fair board to help with their buildings. This is has nothing to do with the 4-H building, which is another budget coming up here.
So would it be out of the ordinary to ask them to come in and speak with us and kind of tell us how they're operating, what they got going on coming this year? And
The fair board?
yeah,
Well, we're going to get into a budget request from them later.
so this is on top of what they're going to request
Yeah, this,
by statute?
these are statutory things we do for,
But they have like a mill, up to a mill, right?
they do. And Gary and I have already been talking with Wade Teagarden, or Gary's been talking to him, and we're working on that one. But they're looking at maybe half a mil or something.
A year ago, they dropped it to half a mill, and then this year they want it, you know.
Yeah, well, it was actually less than half a mil last year. But that'll be a separate request. It has nothing to do with these. That one is a fair improvement fund, I believe, and they're authorized to have the county levy up to a full mill in that, but they've never requested a full mill since we've had it in place. The next one you've got there is the one I thought you might have some more questions about, the Historical Society. I just left that at the 40,000 that we've been doing the last few years. So if you're wanting to talk to more of them before you do anything with that, that's up to you. I just didn't change anything on it. And then the last one you had there was the 4-H building. So that would be the remaining building at the fairgrounds that we actually own. And I based the budget amounts there on the contractual and the commodities at just looking at what we did last year and what we've done so far this year, what I think it will take to run that another year. And then I left some money in capital outlay in case we needed to do some work on the building. I actually knocked it down to 3,000 instead of 5 that I had in this year's, but I did not change the budget at a total amount of 29,000.
This is the one do we ever flip a profit on this building a year? Or do we always,
Do we what?
do we ever make a profit on this?
Oh, I don't know. We don't make anything on it. I mean, it gets rented out and we do get a little income, but it's nowhere near what this cost is. But if you look, the supporting pages behind that are general ledger listings of what we've spent so far this year and what we spent last year on the 4-H building, just to kind of give you an idea of what all those charges are for. A lot of it is utilities. Summertime, when it is in use, there's a pretty good electric bill. Other times of years, there's some pretty good sized propane usage there during fair time and arts and crafts, and then just keeping it warm through the winter so things don't freeze up. Other than that, we've got some insurance. We pay usually it's one of the 4-H clubs, I think, does cleaning, and we'll pay them to do some cleaning. But you can see as you go through those lists there what all the charges have been for. So that was the only ones I had ready yet today. These are some of the very small budgets that I do. I'll be working on more over the next few weeks. Do you have things you want to discuss more in these? Do you want to tentatively approve them? What direction do you want to go?
The Historic Society one, I'm not ready to do anything on. I would like to, I don't even know where to start on it, actually. There should be a historic board, correct?
I think so.
And
I know very little about them.
I think they all need to get together and, I mean, if we're providing money to them, I'd like to see a committee that's making decisions on where the funds are going and why and how and when.
Are all three of you okay with the others except the historical way they're presented?
I'm good with them.
I am.
Well, if you're okay with the others, do you want to make a motion to approve the special alcohol, special park, fair premium, and 4-H?
Do we ever take that 4,500 that goes to the SEK mental health as a, I mean, do we ever take that in consideration for their actual budget, or are we allowed to know?
No, because this is a separate statute that authorizes this
What
part,
do they spend the money on?
just some of their programs, but it is
Probably
separate than their
alcohol-related.
operating budget. This is specified of alcohol.
It has to go.
goes here.
It has to go there.
Yeah.
No, it is not.
Does not have to? Okay, that's the way I'd understood it.
I'm reading the statute. It can go other places. It talks about a third being donated to county parks, a third being donated to those types of facilities. I think you guys need to read the statute.
We do put some in county parks
Yes, sir.
and general also.
Yeah, it's very specific as to the use of it. But if it's all going in one place, that.
We're sending half of it to there.
State 941A05 is the statute.
7948.
7941A04 is local alcoholic liquor fund distribution of monies. Talks about cities and how they get involved in their population requirements or criteria to have portions of it go to the city, which we don't have any large enough. So they would have it.
Yeah, we have a couple of cities that get their own alcohol tax, but it doesn't come through us.
Yeah.
Which statute were you talking about?
7941A.
41?
4.
Okay,
It's
41A.
local alcoholic liquor fund and distribution of funds. The 2019 statute. Actually started in 79, but it was not updated.
Yeah.
So do you guys want to wait on that one too to figure out? Make sure we're review the statute and see if there's.
I'm good with that. So make a motion to approve them all, but the special alcohol and the historical society.
Well, if you're gonna look at where this is going, you may not want to do special park either, because that's where some of this money goes
Right.
already.
You want to wait on the whole thing until next week?
You want to just wait on, I mean, I don't care. I've got the amounts I've got in there right now I can work with.
Okay.
Could be money, you just don't know where we're putting it. Yeah.
Does our general fund receive a portion of those alcohol dollars?
A quarter.
A quarter of it's what we've been putting there. We've been putting half to SEK and a quarter to parks and a quarter to general.
Without going into this statute, and really looking at breaking it down, it says a third to the general fund, a third to special parks, recreation, and a third to special alcohol and drug programs. But I would argue that what if there were other alcohol and drug programs that wanted to apply for those, that third of those dollars?
Would that be like an AA program?
It's
I
just a
don't know.
alcohol and drug program. Sorry, I didn't mean to butt in, just.
No, thank you. Do we have a contact, or do you have a contact for a CHC Mental Health that would know where or how they distribute the funds or how they utilize them for this 4,500?
Would be the same director that comes in with budget. I mean, we can get a hold of him.
So do you guys want to review this packet and make sure? Or what do you guys want to do?
It's fine. We can approve next week.
David, do we have a contact? I mean, Ola May, I guess she's retired, would be.
Yeah, I have to look back and see who the new director is. I've got it somewhere.
Teresa Miller's on it.
Yeah, it's Pleasanton. Now, as for in charge of the whole county historic society,
I think they're all different, aren't they?
I mean, I just get a hold of her probably and ask about it, but I don't know. And that's one that I honestly, I'm not aware of anything in statute that says we have to put any.
It's like Mound Cities, they kind of reformed a new board and what's, you know, they did a lot of work down there, I guess.
They have. They've done a lot of improvements and made it look better in the last year or two.
Right.
Okay.
So would it not be, would it be out of the ordinary to have a representative from each local society and then to form a Linn County Historic Society?
Well, there may be one. I don't know. That's what I'm telling you.
So we need to see what's in place and
Sounds like it all needs restructured.
But getting them all in here in the next 4 weeks is going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, these are little things that I've been concerned about that I want to know. I mean, make sure we're utilizing everything properly.
And just, I mean, me personally, I think the time to have all those discussions should have been like last January.
I've been talking about it for
And
2
I know.
years.
But now we're pushing, I've got at the maximum 5 weeks to have this budget put together before the deadline for revenue neutral. So really 4 weeks is better to give me a little time to work with it.
okay.
So how we get all that done in that time, I don't know.
Okay.
We discussed the building remodeling a little bit.
Did you come over for some input? Good.
Kathy Bridges, County Appraiser, and I pulled Pam also over here with GIS because we are located on the second floor, and I guess over the last several weeks, there's been discussions on the different buildings and all, and we haven't been part of those discussions, so it's just one of those we want to remind you to remember us because we are on the second floor. I think the constituents, all the taxpayers of the county, there are some that really struggle with those stairs, and just kind of be mindful of the situation that taxpayers do have to go, up and down those stairs. We did make accommodations, a wee bit of accommodations. We do have a doorbell down below. A lot of people, I don't know if they're too proud to say, no, I can't make it up the stairs, and they go ahead and try to make that, but we did have several a week that, that do hit that doorbell, and we do come down to them. We don't have an office down there to really accommodate those needs anymore. But we also had to hold several hearings, appeal hearings down in the break room in the kind of corner back there as well. So, but we were under the understanding that we were going to be put back there. That's kind of our last indication. So then just to hear the discussions over the last couple of weeks, and I know that Janet, the treasurer, was in last week, and we do work very, very closely with the treasurer's office. I work very closely with Pam. She does all of our with GIS, and it's just one of those where we get a lot of traffic from the treasurer's office because there are items that with personal property items, even with payment under protest, different things they send and we send them, we work very closely together. So we would just ask that you be mindful of, that there are offices we probably do need to have close relationships as far as making it good for the taxpayer to be like, if we have to send them, we don't want to send them clear across the road or clear across to another designated. So I think, we thought it was probably an ideal situation because I know, Janet had said that she would rather stay in the courthouse, just to send them out the back door. Right now, people are hesitant about coming upstairs because of the stairs, I think, and just, I don't know if Pam has anything to say, but I think, it was one of those where I guess we were anticipating and really looking forward, and because movement had started in that direction. And so just to be mindful that I think it's been a long time coming for us to get off the second floor. So do you have anything? Okay.
Pam Cannon, GIS mapping. The one thing that I would bring up is that I believe a year or so ago, my office was written up by the fire marshal for not having adequate electricity. Everything's pretty well run off of extension cords. So I believe they were told, instead of fixing that issue, that we were going to be moved off of the second floor. So I just wanted to remind you that there is a violation with the fire marshal from before.
We just wanted to make sure, don't forget about us. So,
Had you done any layouts as far as the judicial building, the old court?
yeah, we had given, and we'd emailed those previously. I can email that to you.
I don't believe I have them.
Okay. Yeah, it might have been. And so it was, we had walked through, we had went through with Danny, with Sean. Yeah. And there's really, I know, the RFPs went out and that no one really, so it's just a lot of little things, I think, but there are some big things too. So I don't know the cost associated with those or anything, but we tried to make it to where it would fit our needs. And so I can go ahead and email those back out to you.
Please.
All. I'll just go back to my office and do that right now.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
And you guys are still number one on our list to get moved down. That's always been our plan. The old sheriff's office kind of thrown in the mix now. We got it and talked about, trying to salvage it, and we're just trying to make sure we're making the best decision overall for everybody involved. So.
And yeah, I understand that. I just, I guess, communication is one of those things that, it's just, we thought, and then all of a sudden, we read in the paper and it's like, oh no, so it's just one of those. We wanted to just remind you that we're over there and that there are violations, and that it really is not a good idea for some people to be coming up and down those stairs. So we've had a few, you came up the stairs, things. So anyways, just be mindful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Now we're what side is all out.
Is Sean still around, or is he? Sean?
Don't know.
I know that Gary had talked about putting the demo of the sheriff's office out at one time. Did that ever happen? He's gone. Okay. David, do you know if that ever happened?
I don't know.
I don't think he did ever get it.
It never went out.
I don't think so.
Do you guys feel like that's important to figure out? We get that cost too, versus what it's going to cost to save it versus demoing it.
I think the key for me there is it a usable building or not?
that's no-
And
I think
that's
that's
what we're
number
gonna
one.
find out with the test, if
Kevin,
it's usable, I still think we have needs that it can fill. I guess is where I'm at, Danny, still.
we've talked a lot about the mold issue, Kevin, and you used to be over there all the time. Is there anything else major that you can think of off the top of your head that could be a potential concern for us long term?
Problems were electrical, but we had overused or overgrown the building so much. I think if you were able to use the building again, I think that was our biggest problem was electrical issues. We just ran, we were out of electrical, but we were overgrown in it so much. That was the biggest problem.
Right.
I can't think of any, I mean, we had like HVAC and good repair.
Maintenance, repair stuff.
Those bigger infrastructure items seem to be in a pretty good repair, but the one thing we couldn't do was put more electric. We had to fight that all the time.
But nothing as far as foundations, roofs.
I've heard about roof problems, maybe that was before I was here, Jason. But
Sewer, everything good? I mean,
we didn't have any trouble, we used more.
you use more
For
than,
that facility, we were using a lot of, we had a lot of waste. Showering continuously and things like that. I mean, realistically, there was 20 people living in the building. So, and that was, and sometimes more, sometimes up to 26, 28, I remember those days. And it was really tight, showering around all the time. We just didn't have issues there. We didn't have roof issues. I just can't think of any large infrastructure items that when we walked out of there, that we just, our biggest issue was just not the place.
And I called Ellis on the plumbing because I noticed in the meeting minutes that he was the one that repaired all that. He kind of gave me the outline. There's two different sewer outlets, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. One for the jail part that's kind of a bigger pipe.
Yeah, it comes out here to the front, it's a big catch basin. So there would, that septic would go into where you have a catch. So if you had a t-shirt or something like that flush down the toilet, it would be in the catch basin.
And the other one runs the opposite way, right?
That's correct. And that was kind of the office portion and stuff. The concerns, on some of the removal, if you were to demo the building, say, would be that I know one concern that we talked about recently is there's a water line that actually runs under the building that feeds the courthouse. So some things like that could be problematic, like you'd have to,
Reroute.
Things like that.
And the gas line runs like right against the building.
Right beside the building. But that water line, because there's 2 meters out in front of the old sheriff's office, and one of them's for the sheriff's office, and the other's for the courthouse. So we were to turn off the water, the courthouse would be in the front yard. I would also say, when we left there, the fire system, it was all maintained and very good repair. Those were things that we always concerned ourselves with. It was, get rid of the brains for stuff. So the HVAC was good, fire system was good. We didn't have any plumbing issues except for what an inmate, they flushed things down the toilet. There weren't as many arrests over there for that stuff. Like now in the new system, you have all kinds of different catches. If something like that happens, it's done local at the toilet. It doesn't really get down the line, clog stuff up over there. It could. We utilized Ellis all the way back to his grandfather. When I was a young deputy over there, I remember, Leon me coming in to take care of those items. And that was always in very good repair. We didn't have any issues with that stuff.
What do you know off the top of your head what your average electrical month was a month there?
Our electric over there ran somewhere around, I want to say on average 2,500 a month. With the way we were utilizing the facility, and I would classify that as maximum capacity. Because when you have the jail, you have to keep that you have to keep that all humidity controlled, to keep, from mildew growth and stuff like that. So we were running those fans continuously. And then, in our kitchen system, a lot of times we had 2 ovens in there that would run, we'd take care of that process. But we were really at maximum capacity on that energy. I would say if you had regular office spaces, it would be tremendously less.
We have separate insurance. I mean, the insurance that he had held, or that the sheriff's department held on the building, would it be separate from how we'd have to do it, or would it be a certain way we would have to, certain policy we'd have to get, or would it be the same?
I mean, they're already separated out as to liability and property and.
But there's no, with it being an old jail or anything, there ain't nothing special?
No, we're not using it for a jail. It's just another building to us at that point.
How many square foot is that building? 8,000?
Yeah. I'd say one of the biggest liabilities on that building today, and it's something that I think me and David talked about this about a week ago, is that tower. That tower accepts lightning like no other lightning rod in the county. We've had thousands of dollars of insurance payouts and stuff because of that tower. If I were to make a suggestion, if you're going to repurpose that building, I would get that tower removed because it's very, it affects everything. And the biggest problem we ran into was the way that building's kind of grounded. That building is grounded all out there at the tower site. So when you get a lightning strike and it hits that tower, which David, probably 3 times in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
We've had that issue. And when it hits that tower, it goes into grounding rods, which are all back in that area. And it will energize things that aren't even necessarily connected. It energized our time clock and blew it out over there in our dispatch center. So we would see that as, that would probably be the biggest liability in that situation. Is that I would certainly have that removed as soon as possible, because I wouldn't want to see you reutilize that structure and have the same problem for the next folks moving in.
And didn't we have a bid for that from?
I think we had a bid, but I don't think you had it. I think that was under the impression that the building was being torn down and without the crane.
From Chris?
Yeah, from Chris, yeah.
Yeah, that was our biggest money liability issue that we ran into there. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's just, for us, it's necessary evil. We had to have our tower, because we'd be transmitting from one tower to another tower to another tower, and that would be in place and working. And that was huge issue.
And I actually reached out to Paul Hamilton about that and let him know the details on, not a lot of details, but that we want to take it down. And I think they were interested in maybe giving us a prize to do it too. So I don't know if I ever talked to Chris about that or not, but I called Paul Hamilton. He talked to Gentry.
That's one of those specialty trades. It's got to be the right people to do it, because the fall rate on that tower, it's going to be 160 feet. So that's really got to be one of those kind of tradesperson positions to take that out.
I think we should, instead of having to go back to them twice, I think we should, whoever we asked to demo it down, they give us a price for it being, the building still being there or the building being demoed, because that's going to make a huge difference.
Well, and David brought up a good point with that gas line, because that might be something I think I heard one time that could impede the movement of the tower because of the placement where that's at. And we had a couple issues with that gas line over the last few years, but Atmos was always taking care of that stuff for us when we made the reports. But I think that could be problematic, and we might have to get Atmos involved to, I don't know, maybe discontinue it for some time before, as they do some of those projects. Because they're really in close proximity to each other. And then, of course, another thing to think about is the placement of that generator that's there, because that generator, we're in very close proximity as well. And I don't know how the deconstruction of that tower would affect the physical generator itself, but they're very close to one
So yeah, and they were good thinking thoughts, I guess. I had mentioned something about the foundation with Nation. I'd saw back in the meeting minutes where they were having foundation issues somewhere and something had to be dug up, but I can look at that again. But
I'm just unaware that it was previous to me, I would assume, because I never dealt with them on any of that. I think that at one point in time, they might have come in, somebody came in and cut some ground around because the ground was up very high on the building.
yeah,
Maybe that was a project or something, because I remember back, and I'm gonna go 20-some years back, and I remember back when we had some flooding in that back room that served us most recently as a dispatch center. That used to be an evidence room, and we had some flooding in that evidence room 20, 25, maybe even 30 years ago. So that was probably, that's not the new evidence room up by the garage. That was that back dispatch area. And I think they might have done some groundwork possibly to kind of accommodate.
So back in March, we got Chris Martin sent us an email regarding an estimated cost to remove the 180-foot tower behind the old sheriff's office. They estimated $30,000, which was for labor, crane rental, haulaway, and liability. Crane rental is the big unknown, so the price could be lower depending on crane rental cost. They have no interest in reusing the tower. And if we hauled away the sections of the tower, it would save about $5,000. They use Blue Hat Crane out of KC.
is that with or without the building there? It doesn't state.
It does not state.
And I recall talking to Paul when I had reached out to Paul about it, Paul Hamilton, about trying to get them to reutilize, to take the tower with them. And I don't recall exactly what he had said, but myself or Chris can reach out to him again and kind of give him more details.
Is Mr. Gentry still in business of the large signs and stuff?
I think so. And Paul said that they didn't think they had a crane big enough. They'd have to rent one too, but I'd rather use somebody local if that,
Saves dollars.
Yeah.
Company like that, because I know Mr. Gentry's done some enormous stuff like that. It's kind of up there.
Okay.
So I think them are pretty good thoughts to help generate a starting point and plan. Anything else you want to add?
Sure.
Got to get that test back.
I would want to see David's high-dollar election equipment stowed in there, plugged in, being tested.
With the tower there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be something we could leave plugged in over there without.
Right. Every storm to us was an emergency because we just knew at any point we were going to suffer that. So I was always sourcing equipment from other counties of what we could get our hands on for the next lightning strike.
Okay. Get that test back. Get the bids in on the
Judicial Center.
Judicial Center and start mapping out how everybody's going to work. Right?
Sounds like a good plan.
So I know I said it earlier, but just as another reminder, 5 Mondays after this, 5 weeks from today, would be the absolute latest I could be looking at numbers to put in the budget to determine our revenue neutral compliance. So I really need everything, whether it's these buildings or whatever, decisions on how much money we're going to spend this year and next year by that time. And I'd rather have it 4 weeks from today to give me another week to work on it. But the meeting that week is July 20 or 17th. And the deadline on that revenue neutral notice to the clerk is July 20th. So we have to know by then if we're going to exceed revenue neutral or not. We don't have to have everything final on budgets at that point.
I'm gonna be out of town on the 3rd, but I can call in to participate in the meeting. I'm just gonna be at a cattle show in South Dakota.
July.
July 3rd. But I can, like I said, I can phone in or web in.
Sounds like a great July holiday.
Right. For a whole week. For a whole week.
There you go.
Huron, South Dakota.
Huron.
Yep. Be beautiful up there, won't it? I've never been up there, so.
I'll tell you what, I can live in South Dakota in the summertime and in the wintertime. I wouldn't want to be there, but
We went to Sioux Falls one year for a cattle show and it was hotter than hell.
it get hot up there, but I go to the western part of the state, that's where I'm thinking.
So.
It's no
In the winter, you should would.
Okay.
We finished?
I think so. I'll make a motion we adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye. I'm heading to the hayfield.
There's nothing worse. There's nothing worse. I hated that.
What?
Oh man, it gives me way too much time to think.
Yeah, I gotta have a radio.
There's no way.